CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The New International Dictionary has this to say under the heading of cat. The cat is a carnivorous mammal which has long been kept by man in a domestic state. It appears to have originated in Egypt and is probably derived from one of the wild species of North Africa known as the Kaffir cat. So much for the bare and basic facts about the cat. But before this hour has passed, you are destined to learn more. Much more. I promise you.
You ever felt like you were about to go crazy?
I can't say I have, Dad. What's it like?
It's like standing in front of a closed door and not knowing what's on the other side. And wanting to know. And being scared to find out. Because what's on the other side can save you or kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Therapeutic Cat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The dictionary goes on to say about the cat, most of the breeds, as the Maltese, the tortoiseshell, the tabby, etc., differ from each other only in color or other characteristics of slight importance. So says the dictionary. But you are about to encounter a cat who differs in a most significant way. And that difference gives our play its title, The Therapeutic Cat.
Let me tell you about myself. My name is Henry Joyce. I'm 59 and a half years old. I have a lot of money, which I accumulated by my own efforts. I live in a big old house on the edge of town. The very house I moved into after I married the mayor's daughter. The same house where our son Jack was born. Now, Jack grew into a splendid boy. We sent him to the same college I'd attended. Then, when he was through college, he came back and went into business. My business. He did very well, and now he's president of the company. Came up the hard way, learned the ropes, and is doing a fine job. So it was only natural that the first person I should think of was Jack.
Sit down, Dad. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's it. Cigar? No, giving them up?
They don't taste good anymore.
Oh, that's too bad.
Food doesn't taste good anymore either.
Daddy, are you all right? I mean, you're not sick or something, are you?
I'm not sick, but I'm something.
Like what?
Like something.
Huh. Well, what does the doctor say?
He says I'm tense. I could have told him that.
Well, what did he say to do about it?
Golf.
Hey, now, that's a good idea. Golf's a good game.
I tried it.
No good, huh?
Terrible. Made me tenser than I was before. Jack, you ever feel like you're going crazy?
Crazy? You mean like insane, that kind of crazy? No, I can't say I have.
Well, that's how I feel.
Oh. You think maybe it's Mom, huh? Maybe you still miss her?
Oh, no. Well, your mother died 5 years ago.
Well, you ever think of getting married again?
Jack, I'm not going to try. It was all right when I was young, and then you came along, and I had the business to run. It was good being married then, but no, not now. Jack, could you see your way to taking me back in here.
Here? In the office?
Or at the plant. Any place.
Dad, you're chairman of the board.
So what's that? Chairman of the board? No, Jack. I mean a job. Something to do, something to put my mind to, so I'll stop thinking about myself. Jack, I'm going to jump out of my skin. That's how I feel. I'm all wrought up. I can't sleep or anything.
Dad, you ever think of joining a gym?
You can't give me a job here. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'll give it a lot of thought, Dad. I really will. Maybe I'll come up with something.
Mrs. Bingham? Mrs. Bingham!
Oh, yes, Mr. Joyce. Well, what's the trouble?
Mrs. Bingham, these eggs are not 4 minutes.
Oh, yes, they are, Mr. Joyce. I timed them.
Look at that. The white's all runny.
I timed them.
I can't stand a runny white. Take them away.
You want me to make you some new ones?
Never mind. I couldn't taste them anyway.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Bingham, don't cry. Please. It's nothing to cry about.
Well, I know how you like your eggs, and I thought I timed them. I always time them. I don't know what went wrong.
It's all right. Don't cry about it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper.
Oh.
For Pete's sake, Mrs. Bingham, don't cry. That just makes things worse. Don't you understand that?
Oh, Mr. Joyce, I know you've been unhappy lately. After all, living in the same house with you, I noticed these things.
Well, it's not exactly that I'm unhappy.
Well, it's something.
That's what I told my Jack, my son. It's something, I told him. I try to read books, even the newspaper, and the words all run together. I'll get jumbled up, and the words go spinning around in my head.
Oh, Mr. Joyce.
Oh, Mrs. Bingham, I'm finished. I'm all washed up.
Mr. Joyce, I have to tell you something.
I even asked Jack for a job. That was 2 weeks ago. He said he'd try to think of something, but I knew he wouldn't. He couldn't. And he hasn't.
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. Jack's coming over here to see you.
He is?
He's stopping by on his way to the office.
How do you know that?
I called him. I was so worried, Mr. Joyce.
If you called him, that doesn't mean he's found something for me to do.
Well, it might.
No. If that was it, he'd have called me.
Well, he did say on the phone that he had something he wanted to talk to you about.
He did?
Yes, he did, Mr. Joyce. Said he hoped you'd be interested. Oh, there he is now. Now, you finish your coffee, and I'll let him in.
Head of sales. That could be it. Or labor relations. I'd be good at that. Well, heck, I'd be good at anything. I mean, it's my business. I started it. I built it up. Merchandising, market research. I know them all. Backwards and forwards.
Hello, Dad. Gee, I'm sorry.
Coffee cup jumped right out of my hand.
Did you burn yourself?
That's all right.
Hey, I startled you, Dad.
That's all right. It's all right.
I'll get a rag and clean it up. And I'll bring you some fresh.
Jack, sit down.
Are you sure you're all right, Dad?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm always dropping things. Sit down. Now, Jack, tell me, Mrs. Bingham said you'd come up with something.
Yeah.
What was it? Merchandising, market research?
No, not those.
Labor relations. I could do a job there.
Dad, it's not with the firm.
Not with the firm. Jack, what else do I know? If it's not with the firm, come on, Jack. What do I know?
Dad, I was talking with a friend of mine, and we got to discussing, things in general, problems, and turns out his father found himself in the same position as you. A retired widower, very uptight.
Yeah, go on.
Well, he went to his doctor, this guy's father did, and the doctor came up with something.
What?
And it worked. Inside a month, it worked.
What worked?
A cat.
What?
A cat.
You trying to be funny, Jack?
No, honestly, Dad, he says it worked for his father, and he thinks it would work for you.
a cat. I should get a cat.
No, Dad. Not just get a cat. I mean, after you got the cat, you have to spend time with it. And
spend time with a cat. Jack, what the devil for?
Well, you have to follow the cat around, observe it. Whatever the cat does, you do. Now, the point is, Dad, the cat is the most relaxed animal in the world. And if you imitate the cat and get the hang of it, why then...
Jack, get out of my house.
And Dad,
I thought you came here to offer me a job, a good, respectable job.
Dad, I'm sorry.
It's something I could sink my teeth in.
There isn't anything.
And you tell me to get a cat and follow it around. Jack, get out of here.
Dad, I only meant that...
Get out of here. Get out of here, you and your crummy ideas.
Yeah, I'll call you, Dad.
Don't bother, Jack. Don't call. Don't come back. Don't do anything. Just stay away and don't have any more ideas.
I'm sorry, Dad.
A cat. A cat. Holy Moses. My own son. A blithering idiot. I began to worry about the business and if he could run it. I waited for the business to go on the rocks and I added that to all the other terrible things I expected to happen. I started to worry about money, though I knew perfectly well I had plenty. I worried about getting to sleep, so I didn't get to sleep. I worried about eating, so I didn't eat. I worried about going mad, and the more I worried, the more convinced I was that I was not long for this world. Hello? This is Henry Joyce. Yes? What about it? Really? You mean it? Well, yeah. Send it back. I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry.
Oh, you got the phone, did you, Mr. Joyce?
Yeah, it was the butcher. I forgot to sign his check.
Oh, well, that's easily mended.
Before him, the grocer phoned. I forgot to sign his check, too. And before that, the phone company and the gas and electric.
The insurance company, too.
Oh, did they call up?
Well, you sent them the check for the mortgage payment, and the mortgage company called and said they got the insurance check.
Did I sign either of them?
No, sir. And you got the date wrong.
Month or year?
Both.
I see. Mrs. Bingham.
Yes?
Do you know where I could get a cat?
You said a cat?
Yes, a cat.
Oh, well, I suppose you could go to a store, a pet shop, and buy a cat.
Yeah, I suppose I could.
Oh, there are lots of strays. You could adopt one.
Yeah, adopt one. Yeah.
I tell you what, my daughter Denise, she has cats.
She does?
Oh, lots of them. She takes them in when people don't want them anymore, or she picks them up on the street and tries to find homes for them.
You think she'd let me have one?
Oh, she'd let you have a dozen.
Oh, no. Just one will be enough. One cat.
You know the old adage, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I'm sure it's true. But when it comes to cats, do you think they can be flattered? I don't. For everything about a cat suggests such utter indifference that flattery seems not only superfluous, but positively silly. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Henry Joyce, 59 and a half years old, widowered and retired, found himself on the dizzy verge of a nervous breakdown. His son, Jack, suggested that his father procure a cat to study the cat and ape its movements. Henry turned to his housekeeper, Jane Bingham, and asked if she could get a cat. Jane told him that her daughter, Denise, had a number of cats and would be happy to supply him with one.
About a week later, the cat arrived. It was a black and white cat. A rather large cat with greenish-yellow eyes, and a calculating look. The cat was here to be studied and imitated. That I proceeded to do. It took me 2 weeks to master the stretch. On all fours, watching the cat closely, I would push backwards on my haunches, digging my hands into the carpet and stretching my arms to their fullest extent. Then, rhythmically forward, the legs extended backwards from the hip sockets. Lovely feeling. Marvelous sensation. Out in the garden, when the cat sharpened her claws on a tree or a post, I arched my back to its fullest the way she did, and drew my nails heavily down the wood, putting my full weight into the effort. I felt my ribs expand and the muscles of my belly tighten. Oh, wonderful feeling. Delicious sensation. I started to feel superb.
Mr. Joyce?
Yes, Miss Bingham.
Oh, you've been out already?
I took the cat for a walk in the garden.
Oh.
You know what she did, Miss Bingham. She reached for a flower, a gladiolus, it was. It was just a little too high for her, but she stretched, and, well, she never did get it, but she touched it. So I started reaching for the lowest branch on that fir tree. You know the one. Mm-hmm. And I reached, and I never quite touched it. But, oh, Mrs. Bingham, what it does for the muscles down your side, right next to your ribs.
Oh, it feels good, does it?
Perfectly marvelous. You know, the cat was stalking a butterfly, see, and I was right behind her, and I watched the way she picked up her front feet. Absolutely amazing. She holds each foot up before she puts it down on the ground. She lets it hang limp from the elbow. Then, when she puts it down, it's so cautious, so deliberate. No hurry, no rush, just care and all concentration. Well, we stalked that butterfly for 20 minutes.
Oh, you know something, Mr. Joyce. You're starting to feel better.
You noticed that. Miss Bingham, I took off a few pounds and I started to tighten up.
Oh.
Around the waist and other places. Miss Bingham, I am going to have to get all new suits. I ordered 6 of them. Was my tailor ever surprised? I had all new measurements. I was actually taller. Can you imagine that? All because of that cat. I was sleeping now the whole night through, and cat naps during the day. That's right, cat naps. You know, you want to feel really super, you take a lot of cat naps. Just lie down and think of something pleasant. You know, you wake up feeling 10 years younger. I kid you not. Miss Bingham.
Yes, Mr. Joyce?
Will you come in here, please? I'd like to speak with you.
Oh, is something wrong with dinner, Mr. Joyce?
The cat doesn't care too much for the pot roast, Miss Bingham. She'll eat it, of course, if I leave off the gravy.
Mr. Joyce, I give her proper cat food in the kitchen.
I don't think she should eat in the kitchen anymore, Miss Bingham. I think she should eat in here with me. And here's what we'll have to eat. Lobster, crab, sardines, white meat of chicken, filet of sole, and caviar.
Caviar?
Well, she's never had it, but I think she'll like it.
Mr. Joyce, you're spoiling that cat.
Mrs. Bingham, that cat is my guru. That cat is my priest, my psychiatrist. She's my idol, my goddess. All that I am or hope to be, I owe to this sainted cat.
Are you falling in love with that animal?
It's possible. It's perfectly possible.
Oh.
You see, she's made me young again, handsome again, happy again. No woman ever did that for me, Miss Bingham. So why shouldn't I be in love with her?
Well, does your son know about this?
No, I haven't had time to tell him. But I shall. After all, if it weren't for Jack, none of this would have happened. It was all his idea, and I would like to tell him how grateful I am. Also, I want to talk to him about changing my will.
Come in. Dad, long time no see. Hey, you look wonderful, Dad. Hey, is that a new suit?
Yep.
Good looking. What's that you got around your neck?
My cat.
Your cat? Good Lord, it is a cat.
Wow.
Well, what do you know? You always carry your cat around with you like that? Slung around your shoulders?
She likes it. And I like it.
Well, sit down, Dad. So, you took my advice, eh? Bought a cat.
Jane Bingham's daughter sent it over. Seems she has a house full of them.
Well, looks like the prescription worked.
Oh, Jack, it did. It did. And I'm eternally grateful to you, son. Oh, I know how I poo-pooed the idea at first, but, well, as you can see, it worked.
I've never seen you looking so well.
Jack, I've never felt so well. All due to my little friend here. Now, Jack, I want to see that she's provided for, in case anything should happen to me.
Oh, nothing's going to happen to you, Dad.
Oh, you never know. So, Jack, I would like you to set up a trust fund for her.
Well, what size trust fund did you have in mind?
Substantial, Jack. Substantial. She's accustomed to the best of everything.
Yes, I can see that. She looks great. What's her name?
I never gave her a name.
Oh.
It didn't seem necessary. We communicate by other means.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's a spiritual affinity between my cat and me. Jack, I would like you to sign an ironclad agreement to care for this cat so long as she shall live. Will you do that?
I don't know, Dad.
Otherwise, Jack.
Maybe I'm allergic to cats. How do I know? Maybe one of the kids is allergic. Who can tell?
Allergy or no, this cat has got to be taken care of. And I mean well taken care of. Will you do it?
Well, I ought to talk it over with Mark.
Otherwise, Jack.
All right, Dad. All right, I'll do it.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. It's mackerel, darling. Don't you care for it? Oh, I know it's not Dover soap, but we had that last night. Trouble with you is you ate too much of that pâté de foie gras before dinner, didn't you now? Yes, you did. Miss Bingham, you can clear the table.
Are you all finished? Both of you?
Yes. What have you got there, Miss Bingham?
It's the pillow you wanted. For her.
Oh, yes. Oh, I think she'll like satin, don't you? Maybe linen would have been better, but the pink satin is very nice. What do you think, my love? Oh, well, we can always change it. Just take it upstairs and put it on my bed, will you, Miss Bingham?
Whereabouts, sir? Head or foot?
Well, she's used to sleeping on my pillow, but when I turn over during the night, it disturbs her. So put it alongside mine. The side away from the window. I don't want her sleeping in a draft.
Yes, Mr. Joyce.
Oh, that's Jack. He said he stopped by.
Well, I'll let him in. On my way upstairs.
Thank you. Now, love, how about finishing the cream in the cream pitcher, huh? You want me to pour it into the saucer for you, darling? Maybe that would be better.
Hey, evening, Dad.
Oh, hello, Jack.
How's the cat?
She's hardly touched her dinner, but generally speaking, she's just fine.
Dad, I brought over your copy of the agreement.
Oh, fine. Just put it down there, will you? Till she finishes her cream.
Everything's set, Mr. Joyce. I put the pillow on the right-hand side of the bed, next to yours.
Oh, thank you, Miss Bingham. Jack, would you excuse me for a minute? I'm going to take this sleepy little thing up to bed. Be back in a minute. As I carried my wonderful cat upstairs, I could hear Miss Bingham and Jack talking in horrified low tones.
Pillow? What pillow?
For that animal. Pink satin. On his bed. Next to his pillow.
That is incredible. Mrs. Bingham, do you know what this piece of paper is? It's an agreement I've signed to take care of that cat in case anything happens to him.
I smiled to myself. Poor ignorant people. To them, a cat was just a cat. To me, a cat was, well, at least this cat was the sun and the moon and the stars. The breath of life. The joy of living. My heart was beating fast. I dared not switch on the light for fear of disturbing my sleeping angel. I felt my way to the bed and quietly put my darling down on her new pillow. Carefully, I lay down beside her. My voice was gentle when I spoke. Sleeping, my love?
Ah, is that you, Henry?
What?
Oh, I've been waiting for you.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I love my pink pillow.
How did you get in here?
Why, you put me here yourself, my dear.
I never... What kind of a game are you trying to pull on me?
It's not a game. Or if it is, it's the best game of all.
Listen. Where's my cat? What have you done with my cat?
I'm your cat.
You're nothing of the sort. Who are you?
My name's Denise. But you may call me Denny if you like.
Denny? Denise? Denise? Why, you're Mrs. Bingham's daughter.
Yes, I am.
Oh, she let you in here. When she brought the pillow upstairs, she let you in.
Oh, I was here a long time before that.
Well, I never saw you.
You hardly saw anyone but me. Oh, you learned how to stretch so beautifully, my sweet. And to reach. And your walk is improving a lot. And I know how hard it is on only 2 legs.
What are you talking about? What are you saying? If you are my cat. If you were my cat, then what do you know?
What I always was, dear Henry. A witch.
Margaret Elmore, Mother Shipton, Rachel Pinder, the Duchess of Bedford. What do all these ladies have in common? All were thought to be witches. Oh, yes, add to that list frizzle hair, finger of White John's daughter, and great blue eye from Moy. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Henry Joyce thought that his every dream of love had come true when a piebald cat came into his life. But in his bedroom, when he prepared to lie down beside his unlikely paramour, he was welcomed not by the familiar meow, but by a distinctly human female voice. The voice said to him that she was Denise, daughter of his housekeeper, and that she had been, all along, his beloved cat.
If you were my cat, if you're no longer my cat, then what are you?
What I have always been. A witch.
Stay right where you are. I'm going to turn on the light. Good Lord. Good Lord.
What did you expect? A toothless old hag.
You're so young. So beautiful.
You don't know much about witches, do you, Henry?
I don't believe in witches. And even if I did, I wouldn't believe a witch could turn herself into a cat and back again.
Oh, what about the mackerel for dinner?
Oh.
What about the pâté de foie gras before dinner?
Well, you must have been in the kitchen with your mother. You heard me talking to the cat.
I was the cat. I am the cat. I can be the cat again any time I feel like it.
No. Your mother must have told you about the cat and me.
My mother doesn't even know I'm here.
Your mother doesn't know you can be a cat?
There. See? You're beginning to believe me.
Then your mother's not a witch.
Mother's a white witch. White witches only do good things. I'm a black witch.
You do bad things?
If I wanted to, I could be a gray witch. Then sometimes I'd do good things, and sometimes I'd do bad things, depending on how I felt at the time. I'd be a gray witch for you, Henry. Would you like that?
I don't know. I just wish...
What do you wish, Henry?
I wish I had my cat back. Just the way she was.
Oh, I couldn't stand being a cat any longer. I loved you too much.
Why'd you have to change just now?
Because it's time.
Time? Time for what?
Listen. Be quiet and listen. Hear it?
I hear the wind. Must be a storm coming up.
The wind is from the east.
Does that mean something special?
Oh, when it blows like that, it means tonight is the night of the Sabbath General.
What's the Sabbath General?
Rest your sweet head on my shoulder, and I'll tell you all about it. Comfy? On a desolate mountaintop in the center of France, witches from all over the world will meet tonight. They'll fly in from South America, from Africa, from the Orient, from Siberia, from Melanesia.
They fly to France?
To the Cevennes Mountains, my love. Vast, cold, deserted.
You fly there?
On broomsticks, mostly.
Mostly?
For every witch, there is a mortal man. The dancing, you know. And after Monsieur arrives...
Wait a minute. Who is Monsieur?
The devil, darling.
Then what?
Then we all tell our tale. One at a time, we tell everything we've accomplished since the last Sabbath General. Oh, I'll have a fine old time. Telling them how I moved in here and made you fall in love with me. Oh, the devil will be so pleased.
He will?
I don't think I'll tell him that I fell in love with you. Oh, I don't think that would please him at all. I think it would make him very angry.
After you've told your tales, then you dance.
Oh, but first comes the ceremony. But I can't tell you about it. Would you like to see it for yourself, Henry?
Me?
It's no trouble at all. For every witch, there is one mortal man.
Well, I don't know. This has all been quite a shock. I have to think. I need to be alone, Denny.
All right. I'll go downstairs and talk to Mother. But don't take too long to decide. The wind is rising.
I lay there and stared at the ceiling. I was in a sweat. Everything had changed. So suddenly, so drastically, so peculiarly. I arose from the bed and started down the stairs. But at the foot, I paused. I heard voices.
You and your filthy, dirty tricks. How could I ever have brought you into this house if I had known?
Mother, I love him.
Love? What do you know about love?
True. I didn't love him at first.
You wanted his money.
Yes, I wanted his money. And I thought what a good, dirty trick it would be to tell the devil at the Sabbath General. Oh, how he'd laugh.
I told you 1,000 times to stay away from those places.
But when I got here, he was so good. So kind, so sweet.
What do you know about goodness and kindness and sweetness?
I learned from him, Mother. You think only white witches can understand things like that? And besides, oh, he's so attractive.
You don't know the meaning of love, Denise.
I do. I do now, Mother. I even offered to become a gray witch for him. What do you think of that?
You couldn't be a gray witch. There isn't an ounce of goodness in you.
There could be. I try so hard. For him, I could change. For him, I could do anything.
Denise, I forbid you. Stay away from that man.
I can't. I love him too much.
You'll ruin him.
My mother. Mother, you're in love with him yourself.
You're an impertinent young woman.
Of course. Why didn't I see it before? The way you look at him. The way you wait on him.
That's my job.
Oh, you must have been jealous of me all these weeks. Jealous of a poor little piebald cat. Mewing around the house. You had to cook fish for me, didn't you? And you hate fish.
Stop it. Stop it, Denise.
Oh, how you must have hated me, Mother. You must have wanted to scratch my eyes out.
If only I had.
You do love him.
Yes. Yes, I love him. I love him with all my heart.
You should have seen him when I told him about the Sabbath General.
I could turn into a gray witch. If you can do it, I can do it.
You'd do anything, wouldn't you? Any dirty trick in the book. Anything to get your claws into him.
Yes. Yes, I would. Anything.
Well, you can't have him. He's mine.
No, he's not. He's mine.
He's not. He's mine.
I was appalled. Well, absolutely appalled. Standing there in the hallway, clutching the pink pillow in my arms, I thought of rushing in and trying to stop them, for I was afraid they might harm each other, but I'd never heard such ferocity before. But then, of course, I'd never heard two witches talking before, and frankly, I was not sure of what they might do to me. In my confusion and my bewilderment, I reached for the telephone and called my son at his home. I told him it was imperative that I see him right away, and he said to come right over.
Oh, come in, Dad.
Oh, thank you, son.
Where's your cat?
What?
You always wear your cat around your neck.
There's no more cat, Jack.
Something happened to the cat?
Jack, the cat is Mrs. Bingham's daughter.
How's that?
She's a witch.
Come on into the living room, Dad. I'll get you a brandy. There, now, you just sit down there.
You know, when you were at the house, you brought that paper over.
Yeah?
And I went upstairs. Well, Jack, there was a woman in my bed. No cat. A young woman.
Here's your brandy, Dan.
I guess you're surprised to hear this. I know I was surprised.
I can imagine.
Jack, it seems that all along, my cat was Denise Bingham. Denny for short. Jack, you remember I told you the cat came from Mrs. Bingham's daughter's house originally?
Drink your brandy, Dad.
Well, at first, I didn't believe her when she said she was a witch and could turn herself into a cat and back again. But, you know, then I started to listen to her, and she has a lovely voice. And it all started to sound somehow credible.
Mm-hmm.
Denise says she could make me a wizard. You see, for every witch, there's a mortal man. She could take me, Jack, with her to the Sabbath General. But it has to be tonight.
I don't think you should go anywhere tonight, Dad.
I told her I would think about it.
I think you should stay here with us tonight.
But the wind is rising.
Come on, Dad. Let me take you upstairs. The guest room is empty.
Wait a minute. Wait, Jack, I have to tell you what happened next.
You mean there's more?
Denise went downstairs to talk to her mother. Her mother's a white witch, by the way.
Uh-huh.
And after a while, I went downstairs, too. Jack, I heard them talking, arguing, fighting. Actually, Jack, do you know what they were fighting about?
No, I don't.
Me. They were fighting about me. Two women, both witches, fighting about who loved me the best. Jack, two beautiful women fighting over me. I couldn't believe it. That's why I called you.
Well, I'm glad you did, Dad. Now, let me take you upstairs and get you into bed.
But, Jack, you... Listen to me. What should I do about them? The two women.
I think you should get rid of them both.
You do? Both of them?
Both of them.
Well, you could be right.
Sure I am. Now let's go upstairs.
I lay in bed and I wondered. It would have been nice to go to the Sabbath General, but just before I dropped off to sleep, I remember thinking, maybe I'll get married again. But then I thought, before I do anything, I'll get me another cat.
The witch was born at the same point in time as the imagination of man. The Christian witch descended from the Jewish witch, and before that, there were the great witch families of ancient Greece and Rome. Consider these: Hecate, Circe, Medea, and Pyramide of the golden hair. Really, by this time, we should be used to them. I'll be back shortly. Can your cat shed her feline shape at will and become a witch? There's no use asking her. She won't tell you. But if I were you, I'd watch her very, very carefully, particularly on nights when the wind is rising in the east. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Jada Rowland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a pet cat and the fear it carried with it. We call it Black Death. So now, starring Mr. Edgar Barrier, here is tonight's suspense play, Black Death.
April 3rd. Remember what you did that day? It was a Saturday, so maybe you weren't working. The air held that first promise of spring, so you probably felt the urge to go outside, maybe to the park. If you did, chances are you brushed against death. Black, unpredictable, anonymous death. Listen. Yes, it's a cat. We called him Jerry. Just a tomcat, color black, disposition friendly, usually. Not too good as a mouser, no real need for it. You see, Jerry gets pretty well fed where he lives. And what mice we have there in the Biological Institute wouldn't be very healthy for Jerry. they were likely as not to be inoculated with anthrax, typhoid, rabies, cholera, typhus, or plague. We were doing special work with plague at the Institute, studying and manipulating the deadly Pastorella pestis, the rod-like germ of the Black Death. I blame myself, of course. I should have known about Jerry. As director, it is my business to know everything about the Biological Institute, to keep track of the last submicroscopic bacillus and spore in the smallest test tube. But that morning, I didn't know about Jerry. I was home. I had just finished breakfast, and Patty, as usual, was flitting about me.
A pocket full of posy, ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Where did you learn that song, Patty?
It's a game. The kids in the park play it. Why, Daddy?
I didn't answer her. How could I tell Patty the harmless nursery rhyme had its horrible origin among the victims of the Great Plague of London? In their desperation, they hoped the smell of flowers might ward off the deadly miasma.
A pocket full of
It didn't help, of course. Posy or no, they coughed their lives away.
ashes, we all fall down.
And they did fall down by the uncounted thousands, never to rise again.
Don't forget, Daddy, you promised
Promised? What did I promise now?
to take me with you to the office. You remember?
I said if it was all right with Mother.
Oh, I asked Mama, and first she said no, 'cause she always worries about the germs. Then I told her you said the Institute is the safest place in town, 'cause every germ is under a lock and a key. So she said all right.
All right, you little minx, you win.
Oh, goody, now I'll get to play with Jerry.
I'll get it, dear. Hello?
Dr. Gebhardt.
Oh, hello,
Dr.
Mac.
Gebhardt. Dr. Gebhardt, I think I've got it.
Got it? What's the matter, Mac?
Plague.
No, that's impossible.
All the symptoms. There's a leak somewhere. Hurry, doctor.
I'll be right down.
I'm all ready, Daddy.
Not today, Patty.
But, Daddy...
Not today, I said. I'm sorry.
But you promised, Daddy, and I wanted to play with Jerry.
Mac was waiting for me in my office. It took only a moment to see that it was true. The characteristic expression of fear and anxiety. His skin hot and dry. The hacking cough.
Am I glad to see you?
Oh, Mac, what are you doing up? Have you treated yourself?
Yes, but it's advanced. Pretty far. Don't get near me.
How on earth did this happen?
Slipped up somewhere. Yesterday had chills, headache, dizzy. Thought it was something I ate. Didn't pay any attention.
All right. Enough of that. Now, you're getting to bed.
No, not until we locate the leak. Hey, the guinea pigs. The cage over there.
No, it can't be. Not one of those animals is a pastorella. There must be something else. Now, get away, Jerry. Mac, you're sure you didn't work with some others? Those mice, maybe.
I'm positive.
Oh, that fool cat. Let me get him out of here. Now, come on, Jerry, outside.
Careful, Doctor. He's been funny lately. He scratched me the other day.
What did you say, Mac?
I said, Jerry. Jerry scratched me, Doctor. That's what...
He lay there, writhing on the floor, and then he was gone. Once the deadly bacillus took hold of his lungs and his blood, our miracle drugs were no more effective than the posies of those ancient, terrified Londoners. But I wasn't thinking of that. I was looking at the long, ugly, inflamed scratches on his arm. Jerry. It didn't seem possible, yet there was the proof. Somehow Jerry had picked up the infection. It could happen 100 ways, and passed it on to Mac. And Jerry was outside somewhere, in the streets, in the unsuspecting city, sick, unpredictable, with death in every one of his claws. And I had sent him out there. I ran outside, but the earth had swallowed Jerry up. The police. I needed the police. But I had to handle this carefully, very carefully. If it got out, if all these people learned of the black killer stalking among them, there would be panic. No, they mustn't know. I had to see the chief of police, immediately.
I'm sorry, mister, but the chief's a busy man. You tell me who you are and what's your business.
All I am asking is to open that door, get the chief on the phone, anything. This is absolutely vital, I tell you. The whole city.
Yeah, I understand.
Chief William.
Now, look, you don't want to get into trouble.
Hey, Chubby, what goes on here?
There's no story in this for you, Ryan. Just a nut thinks he's going to see the chief.
I've got to see
Hey, hold it. Wait a minute. I've covered some of your lectures. You're Dr.
Gebhardt, you know me. Tell him.
He works at the Biological Institute, Chubby. Got a story for me, Doctor? Something hot, maybe?
I've got to see the chief. Can you make this man understand?
Yeah, sure. Let him in, Chubby. He's all right. I'll vouch for him.
You'll vouch for him. That's a laugh. If I let him in there, it's my job.
If you don't let him in, it's your job, brother.
Yes.
There's a Dr. Gebhardt to see you. Says it's urgent.
Gebhardt? All right, send him in.
Yes, sir. That door right there, Doctor. I'm sorry. I didn't have any way of knowing.
I tell you, Chief, that cat has got to be found, even if it takes every man in the department to do it.
Well, that's just fine, Doctor. Have you any idea just how many black cats of that description are at large in a city of this size?
It doesn't make any difference. We were working with plague bacillus in its purest form at the Institute. That cat is capable of infecting any human, any animal he scratches.
Doctor, are you sure of this?
My assistant just died. That's how sure.
All right. Emergency alarm, disaster level. All leaves canceled. Alert every available man for orders. Transmit to fire department, highway patrol, county sheriff's office, state and federal agencies.
All ready, sir.
Apprehend black cat, male. Answers to name of Jerry.
Repeat, shoot on sight, but do not approach or touch the cat, dead or alive. Report in location immediately on contact and stand by for decontamination squad.
Then we'll requisition all available streptomycin, sulfadiazine, penicillin. Alert medical staffs of all city hospitals to prepare for treatment of the plague.
No, don't say that.
What?
Don't use the word plague. Once it gets out what we're after, the whole city will let go in panic.
Yes, I agree with you, Doctor, but these alarms go only to the law enforcement bodies. As soon as I can get the machinery going, I'll warn the newspapers to clamp the lid on it.
They'll do it?
Oh, sure, they'll all play ball. Except maybe the tabloid.
The tabloid?
Oh, what's the matter?
I'll be right back. Officer, where's that man who was here before?
Ryan? I don't know. He listened to about half the chief's order, and then he beat it out of here.
I remembered where I had seen Ryan before. He was a reporter on the tabloid. A year ago, he broken off the record statement of mine, caused no end of trouble. He had recognized me just now. He had heard enough of the chief's orders to put two and two together. I had to catch him before... There was a bank of phone booths ahead. I scanned the glass doors until I saw his form hunched inside.
It's the plague. A cat's got it. Of course I'm sure. I even know the cat. I've seen him in the Institute. A black top... Oh, hello, Dr. Gebhardt. Hey, hold it, Bill. Here's Dr. Gebhardt. Maybe he'll give us a direct statement. How about it, Doctor? What's the latest on the plague situation?
The latest is you're going to kill that story and kill it quick.
Why? It's true, isn't it?
Look, you can't let this out. Do you realize what it means if that news breaks on this city? The hospitals will be swamped with panic-stricken people. There won't be men or equipment or time to take care of the real victims.
Oh, what an angle. Hey, Bill, get this. Stake out photographers in all the hospitals and watch for the fireworks.
Oh, wait. You've got to call this off.
Read it in your daily tabloid, Doctor. Plague strikes city.
You dirty...
Go ahead. Hit me. The tab gives us a bonus if we're socked in the line of duty.
You...
You are listening to Black Death, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tomorrow evening, exclusive on CBS Radio for the 9th straight year, hear the Hambletonian, the greatest event in the world of harness racing. Coming to you direct from Good Time Track in historic Goshen, New York,
The Hambletonian is this season's climax in harness racing, matching the best trotters in the Grand Circuit. CBS Radio's John Durr provides color and comment. Charles Hinkle, official announcer for Grand Circuit trotting events, is your reporter. Tomorrow evening on most of these stations, a CBS Radio sports exclusive. Here the Hambletonians start to finish.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Edgar Barrier, starring in tonight's production, Black Death, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
5 minutes after the tabloid hit the streets, the lines were jammed with frightened calls from anybody who had ever seen or imagined a black cat. And we had to investigate them all. There was no way around that. Let me through, please. Now, officer, where is the cat?
This way, Doctor. There he is. I've got him cornered in that areaway. Couldn't reach him to shoot. Watch your step, Doctor. He's mean.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going any closer without my mask and gloves. All right, officer. Keep your gun ready.
Yes, sir.
No, it's not Jerry. No, it's not. Yeah, this is the 18th false alarm we've chased down in the last 2 hours. Call the animal shelter, officer. Chief Williams was right about one thing. I had no idea how many black cats could be loose in a city the size of ours. It was late afternoon when the alarms stopped coming in faster than we could take care of them, and I got back to the chief's office, tired, with a feeling of hopelessness.
Every substation, every hospital, every doctor's office in town, it's the same. You'd never believe so many people could get bitten, scratched, mauled, or kissed by cats in a single day. Or think they did.
And the blood tests?
Every last one negative so far.
Well, thank heaven for that, anyway.
I don't know. We're going to have to find one victim anyhow, or we'll never get a line on that cat. Now, come over here, Doctor. Let's look at this map, huh?
I followed Chief Williams to the big wall map. Inside the perimeter of the circle that stretched a mile in every direction from its center at the Institute, colored pins dotted sector after sector as the area was slowly, painstakingly mopped up by peace officers with drawn guns. It was like war. It was war. War without quarter against a single enemy more dangerous than a battalion of soldiers. Slowly, the cordon narrowing in around Jerry, compressing him into a smaller and smaller space.
Chief,
Yes.
Dr. Gebhardt's wife is calling again.
Oh?
Oh, yes, Doctor. I'm sorry. She's been trying to get you all day. Here, you can take the call here.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Dolly. Yes, I know. No, we haven't caught him yet, but don't worry about it.
What?
Oh?
Good. Switch all the men you can to the park. That's right.
Well, I suppose she's safe enough there, darling, but you'd better get her inside. Don't take any chances.
Dr. Gebhardt.
Yes? I've got to go now, Ella. Yes, of course, I'll be careful.
Dr. Gebhardt.
You watch out for Patty. Goodbye. Yes, Chief? What
it's
is
a break,
it?
Doctor. Your cat's pinned down. We'll get him now.
Oh, thank heaven. Where?
In Washington Park.
Where?
I've thrown an airtight cordon around the park and given shooting orders. It's only a matter of time now.
Washington Park? Are you sure?
Yes, we got a positive blood test. The woman was picnicking in the park. She petted and fed your cat, and he scratched her. The blood test was... What's the matter, Doctor?
Well, Patty, my little girl is in Washington Park.
What?
Yes, she's been playing there all afternoon. My wife just told me. I should have been glad, I suppose. It was the first real break we'd had all day, pointing directly to Jerry. But all I could think of was my daughter. But soon it would be dark. And then Jerry would be nothing but two shining coals of eyes, hungry and erratic, invisible as the virus of death he carried in his own dying body. It was then, I think, I first thought of Jerry as what he really was. Death. Black death. The police had herded all the people caught by the dragnet into a corner of the park. And then I heard shots. The cleanup squad was going through the park with drawn guns, systematically killing all living things that could spread the plague. But shots go wild, and Patty was somewhere out there.
What are you doing here? Can't you civilians follow orders? You belong back there with the others.
Well, I'm Dr. Gebhardt. You've got to stop shooting.
Don't tell me what I got to do. I got my orders.
That's all right, officer. I'll take over here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Have you seen a little girl, about 8, long brown hair?
Well, there's lots of kids there with the others. We herded them all over by the picnic tables.
No, she's not there. I looked.
And I'll guarantee she ain't in the park. We covered every inch of the place, gone down to the water on all sides of the lake.
But what about that island?
Mister, can you imagine a cat getting out of that island? A cat?
Well, there's a bridge, isn't there?
I know cats, mister. No cat's going to cross water if he can help it. Bridge or no bridge.
Hey, you idiot. He could be carried, couldn't he? And it's the last possible
and
place...
I tell you
Officer, your orders were to mop up this park, all of it, not to use your own judgment about the habits of cats.
Yes, sir.
I ran over the bridge. The little island in the middle of the lake, so idyllic and peaceful by day, now looked in the darkening shadows like a silent, waiting jungle. It was the one last place that Jerry could be. At the chief's orders, we spread out 5 yards apart, then started across the island. We were like jungle beaters, driving warily ahead, leaving no single inch of ground or bush or tree unexplored. It was dark now. I could not see the others. Except for the trample of their feet on the twigs and the fitful play of the officers' flashlights, I might have been alone on this island. Alone with death. In the windows of the tall apartments surrounding the park, lights went on and off in a haphazard pattern. One of those lights should have been my own. Only I knew my wife was pressed anxiously against the police cordon that kept her out of the park. And Patty, my own little girl...
Oh, you bad man! You tried to kill my kitty!
Patty!
You tried to kill my kitty!
Patty!
What happened? Did you get him?
Chief, I saw the eyes shining in the dark. I didn't know there was a kid
Patty!
there.
Patty, are you hurt?
Where is she? Where did you see the cat?
In there, down under them bushes.
I followed the beam of the officer's flash. Patty had crawled deep inside a natural tunnel under the thick twining cypress. I saw her tear-stained face, frightened, and then 2 coals of fire glared at me from the shadow.
In her arms.
It takes a notion to scratch her.
Patty, let the kitty go.
No, go away.
I can make him out better now, Chief. I think I could hit that cat.
Put it away, Blanchard.
Yes, sir, Chief, only it...
Give me your flashlight, officer. I'm going in there. I raised my mask, dropped to my knees, and started into the opening between the close-set hedges. But I got no further than the opening.
No, go away, go away.
Patty,
Go away.
Patty, darling. It's Daddy. It's me, darling.
No, you're not my daddy. You're a bad man. You're gonna hurt me. Go away.
What's got into her?
It's your mask, Gebhardt. That's what's scaring her.
Oh, of course. That's what it is.
But you're not going in there without a mask.
Patty has no mask. I'm going in to get my little girl. Patty, it's Daddy. Don't be scared. I'm coming in with you to take you home to Mama. Now, don't be scared, darling.
I'm not scared, Daddy. Jerry's here.
Yes. Now, Patty, let me hold Jerry.
You won't take him away from me?
Now, don't squeeze him. He'll scratch. He hasn't scratched you, has he, darling?
Oh, no, Daddy. Jerry wouldn't do that. He's my friend.
Yes, of course he is, baby. But Jerry is sick. He's very sick. You'd better let me hold him.
You make people well, don't you, Daddy? You're a doctor.
That's right, darling. I make people well.
Here then, Daddy. you take Jerry and make him well.
He was in my arms. Suddenly, he didn't seem like Black Death anymore. It was just Jerry. The old familiar Jerry I had fed and scolded and petted for all the years he'd been a fixture at the Institute. He relaxed in my arms as only a cat can, and stretched forth a long paw. The claws came out, rested on my bare wrist. If he made a quick move, even involuntarily, but Jerry didn't make the move. Slowly, the claws, still holding their deadly venom, sank back into their furry sheaths. I took a bottle out of my pocket, uncapped it.
What's that funny smell, Daddy?
It's medicine for Jerry. It's called chloroform.
Will it make him well?
It will make him go to sleep, dear. You see? He's asleep now.
I'm sleepy too, Daddy. Can we go home now?
Oh, yes, Patty. We're going home. We're going home now.
Suspense, in which Mr. Edgar Barrier starred in tonight's presentation of Black Death. Next week, the story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Lawrence Goldman. The music was composed by René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were William Conrad, Mary McGovern, Gil Fry, Jack Edwards, Jim Musser, Joe Cranston, and Barney Phillips.
Thursday nights, The Whistler brings mystery on the CBS Radio Network.
That whistle is your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time again for The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of Household Finance Corporation throughout the United States and Canada. You know, friends, at some time or other, almost everybody is faced with a money problem. Perhaps many of you listening right now need some extra cash to meet an emergency, to pay overdue bills, or for any worthwhile purpose. Well, no matter who you are, what your job, or where you live, HFC, Household Finance Corporation, can provide you with the money you need when you need it. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Death and the Emperor.
Timothy Murdoch was in excellent spirits. As he stepped into his car for the drive down to New Jersey, he was whistling and happy, glowing at the prospect of the deal he was about to consummate in favor of Splendid Emperor Pet Food. Splendid Emperor. There was magic in the name, selling magic, and there was good reason. Only a few days before, the National Cat Show, mecca of the nation's thoroughbred cat fanciers, had reached its moment of climax. Champions in every class had been awarded their blue ribbons. And now the crowd of trainers, owners, and spectators awaited the most important decision of all.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The judges have conferred, and their choice of grand champion of the show will be announced in a moment.
Grand champion, a coveted title. But to Edith Elsmer, standing close to the cage of a huge white Persian, with eyes as clear and blue as chunks of frozen sky, there was little doubt as to which animal would win. Edith was proud of Splendid Emperor, thrilled at the thought of her own tireless contributions to his success. But Edith Elsmer was also bitter, hurt and angry as she listened to those familiar words tumbling from the
By
loudspeaker.
unanimous decision of the judges, the grand championship is awarded for the fourth consecutive year to Splendid Emperor, white male Persian owned and bred by Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you, I'm sure. Oh. Well, Edith, I've won it again.
Congratulations, Mrs. Cole.
I must say I'm not at all surprised by the judge's decision. It's no more than I expected. What's the matter, my dear? You don't seem very pleased.
Of course I'm pleased, Mrs. Cole. I'm delighted.
Mrs. Cole, let me congratulate you. 4 times winner of the Grand Championship. Why, it's never been duplicated in the history of the association.
Oh, thank you.
Takes skill, Mrs. Cole. More than that, the breeding of fine cats requires true artistry. And to win 4 Grand Championships, well, that takes genius.
Here now, you make me conceited, Mr.
Murdoch.
Mr. Murdoch.
Timothy Murdoch, president of Murdoch's Processed Foods. If you can spare it, Mrs. Cole, I'd like a few minutes of your time on a matter of business.
Business with me?
Indeed. I have a proposition that should be profitable for both of us. You see, my firm is launching a new brand of prepared pet food.
Oh?
We need a name for our product. A magic name, like Splendid Emperor.
You mean you'd like to call your product Splendid Emperor?
Exactly. And we're prepared to pay you well for the privilege. Say, $5,000 a year?
Well, $5,000?
And furthermore, we'd like to put out a pamphlet on the breeding and grooming of fine cats. If you would write the booklet for us, perhaps for another $2,000.
Well,
I hope that you're interested in this proposition, Mrs. Cole. If there's anything...
Interested? Oh, yes, indeed.
Fine. I'll have my lawyers draw up the necessary contracts. Nice to talk to you, Mrs. Cole. You'll hear from me soon. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Murdoch. Edith, did you hear what he said? $5,000 a year for the use of the Emperor's name.
Yes, Mrs. Cole. I heard.
And the booklet, with me as the author. The Care and Breeding of Thoroughbred Cats by Mrs. Margaret Cole. Why, I'll be famous, Edith. Famous.
Really no more than you deserve. Is it, Mrs. Cole?
You couldn't resist saying that, could you, Edith? Because in spite of the praise and attention showered on your employer, you know that without your efforts, the Emperor would not have been 4 times champion. And that's why your feelings flare into the open that evening as the long black sedan takes you and Mrs. Cole home to New Jersey, to the sprawling green acres and the white picket fences of Meadow Hill Estate.
Edith, I've been thinking about that booklet Mr. Murdoch wants me to write.
Yes?
It's a wonderful opportunity to set my theories down on paper. And I could write it easily enough, but, well, it would be such a bother, and I thought...
so you want me to write it for you, Mrs. Cole?
Now, that's exactly what I had in mind, my dear. It would only take you a day or two. And...
If I do write it, will my name appear as the author?
Why, Edith.
Well, then, co-author.
My dear girl, you surprise me. I'm pained by your ingratitude. I don't see what I have to be grateful about. And I don't see why you should bring that up at all. You don't? I've told you again and again that when I die, you shall inherit the houses, the cats, and almost everything that I own. That's why I'm hurt, Edith. To think that you should react like this when I ask a small favor. Oh, all right. If you insist on having me write the booklet, I'll do it. I don't insist on anything. Never mind, Edith. I'll write it myself. And I dare say I'll do a better job of it than you might, my dear. After all, the Emperor is my cat.
Well, Edith, a dozen angry answers to Mrs. Cole are racing through your brain, but suddenly you realize you can't afford a real breach with Mrs. Cole. That all your work, all your subservience has been directed to one end. Someday you'll be mistress of Meadow Hill and all it stands for. And for that you'll accept almost anything. So when you arrive at Meadow Hill, you go about your accustomed duties. But when it's time to bed Splendid Emperor down for the night, the great white Persian has disappeared. You search frantically and then hurry to the little cottage, occupied by Martin Hawthorne, the caretaker.
Martin, open up.
Just a minute. Well, Miss Edith, come down and see if I'm comfortable in my little abode?
Certainly not. The Emperor's missing. I wondered if you'd seen him.
Oh. I'm still playing second fiddle to that cat, huh?
I asked if you'd seen him, Martin. That's all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess it is. Why don't you try looking in the kitchen?
The kitchen?
I saw him there a few minutes ago. Why are you unpacking the car?
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I guess I was thinking of something else.
Don't be insolent, Martin.
All right, okay. But down at the bottom of that heart of yours, you know you love it.
You turn from him, rush back to the main house and into the kitchen. You stop short as you see the Splendid Emperor. You're startled at where he's standing.
Emperor, come down from there. Come down off the stove. Do you hear? Get off there. Come here.
And suddenly your pent-up frustration bursts forth again. You step toward him, slap out at him.
Mrs. Cole, are you out of your mind? I didn't see you standing there. You see me indeed. How dare you, Edith? How dare you slap the Emperor? I'm sorry, Mrs. Cole. I lost my... And your temper. This is the end of it, Edith. The end. I will not permit my cats to be mishandled. You can pack your things in the morning. What do you mean? Simply that I no longer want you in my employ. You're discharging me? Exactly. But you can't do that. No. After all the years I've worked for you, it's not fair. I'll be the judge of that. No. You can't rule my life like I'm a puppet on a string. You haven't any right. I am not asking to rule you, Edith. I told you that you're free to go. Please, Mrs. Cole, I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong. You've been acting badly. You do know that. Yes. Perhaps it's because of the strain I've been under, getting the Emperor groomed for the show and all. You groomed the Emperor? Well, I like that. Well, I didn't mean it that way, Mrs. Cole. Of course, you did most of the work. Nerves, my dear, are a luxury one cannot afford when dealing with thoroughbred cats. Go on now. Take the Emperor and handle him gently. He means more to me than... I understand, Mrs. Cole.
It was a frightening moment, wasn't it, Edith? And as you go back to your room, you hope that it's really over, that Mrs. Cole realizes her inadequacy, knows you must remain at Meadow Hill if her booklet is to be written. The next day, you start out of the house to attend to the morning feeding. Mrs. Cole's voice reaches you as you pass the study, stops you in the hall.
Hello? Universal Employment Agency? This is Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey. Yes. I want to hire someone who's experienced in the care and breeding of Persian cats. Persians? Yes, that's right. I need someone with considerable knowledge of the subject. Yes, I may need help in preparing a booklet. Yes, the first of the month will be time enough. If you'll just call me before you send
You walk on, almost unable to think. In the shed where the stores are kept, you sort the cat food mechanically, moving about in a day's routine. So it was only a reprieve, Edith. The first of the month is just 2 weeks away, and then you're through. That is, unless you can think of some way to prevent Mrs. Cole from dismissing you, killing outright your dream of one day becoming mistress of Meadow Hill Estate. There has to be a way, Edith, some way.
What is it, Edith?
Martin.
Oh, now, don't turn away. What were you staring at there on the shelf? Was it the rat poison?
You shouldn't come sneaking up behind a person without...
I didn't want to interrupt your thoughts, but you know you're a fascinating woman, Edith. I've always thought that behind that sober face there lurked a Mata Hari.
Martin, someday you'll go too far.
Perhaps. But you know, Edith, somehow, watching you just now, I couldn't help thinking that in a pinch, you'd go even farther than I would.
You have just heard the prologue of Death and the Emperor, another strange tale by the Whistler, brought to you by the Household Finance Corporation. There comes a time in everyone's life. Familiar words, aren't they? Yes, friends, and there comes a time in almost everyone's life when extra money is needed. Money to meet a sudden emergency. Money to pay overdue bills, doctor or dentist bills, unusual seasonal expenses. And there's always the tax bill. Well, I would like to suggest a simple solution to your money problem. HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Household Finance and its 423 branch offices, there's one conveniently located near your home, is in the business of providing the extra money you need when you need it. At Household Finance, you may borrow the money you need and select the payment plan that suits you best. Service at Household is prompt and courteous. And remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it.
And now, back to The Whistler.
So now you know what you're going to do, Edith. You weren't sure of yourself when you heard Mrs. Cole calling the employment agency, hiring someone else. But in that instant in the storage shed, when Martin caught you staring at the rat poison, your mind was really made up, wasn't it? You had decided to murder Mrs. Cole. You've already dismissed the poison idea. That would be too crude. And it might bring on suspicion by Martin. You'll have to find another way. Strangely enough, it's Mrs. Cole herself who provides the solution.
Edith, aren't you watching the Emperor? Look at him. What? Oh, he's up on the stove again. Well, what's got into him? What does he do that for? It's a habit he's formed lately. I don't like it. It's dangerous. Dangerous? Certainly. Jumping up there, he could turn on the gas jets accidentally. Asphyxiate us. Oh, no. My dear girl, don't argue with me. Why, with the back stairs leading right up to the bedrooms, it's quite possible.
At that moment, the plan began to take shape in your mind. But there was something you had to know. What attracted Splendid Emperor to the gas stove? It's after Mrs. Cole leaves the room and you start to lift the big cat down that you make a discovery.
Come on now. Down, Emperor. What are you after up here, anyway? You'd think... Why, the catnip bag. I hung it back there myself. So that's it.
Yes, Edith. The catnip bag, hanging half concealed on a nail in back of the stove. That's what does it. But now there should be someone else who knows of the big cat's odd habit. It's a simple matter for you to get Martin into the kitchen He hurries across the garden the moment you call.
You on the street? You suffering from loneliness?
No, from annoyance. Look at the Emperor up there on the stove.
What about it?
He keeps jumping up there, Martin. It worries me.
He's a sensitive character. He won't get burned.
I don't mean that. Those gas jet handles, they turn so easily. Supposing he jumps up there someday and asphyxiates her.
Yeah, the dead do turn kind of easy. You're right, my love. There's danger there. Somebody might sleep the deep sleep.
Oh, it's no joking matter. I want you to tighten those handles, Martin.
Oh, sure. You know, Edith, it'd be kind of cozy, two of us working around this kitchen here.
Martin,
Well, I do believe my charms begin to have an effect on you.
Your charms, as you prefer to call them, Martin, have nothing to do with it. I was merely trying to say that I don't want you around while I'm getting dinner. You can attend to the jet handles first thing in the morning.
That glib tongue of Martin's has a way of upsetting you, hasn't it, Edith? But you were careful to use just the right tone of reproach. And now you have your witness, and you're ready for the final move. That comes very late after you've all retired. Mrs. Cole is sleeping soundly when you steal into her bedroom and close the window very softly. Then you go down to the kitchen, turn the handles of 2 of the gas jets. You wait on the stairs until the house begins to reek with fumes, listening for a sound of stirring upstairs or for footsteps approaching the house, hearing only the furious beating of your own pulses. Once you nearly lose your courage and a warning scream forms on your lips. But you fight it back, and instead you scoop up Splendid Emperor and go outside. It's hours later when you run stumbling to Martin Hawthorne's cottage.
Martin, open the door. Oh, Martin, hurry. Try to save her.
What's wrong, Edith? What's happened?
Mrs. Cole. She's still in the house. I couldn't wake her. Martin, the gas. The Emperor turned on the gas.
Miss Ellsmer, I know from what Mr. Hawthorne here has told me that you've been terribly shocked by what happened last night. There are some questions I'd like answered.
Whatever you want, Sheriff. Poor Mrs. Cole. She was so kind. So good.
About the windows, was Mrs. Cole in the habit of sleeping with them closed?
Not usually, but the night was chilly.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Now, you say the cat was in the habit of jumping up on the gas stove?
That's right.
That's mighty peculiar.
Sheriff, I don't know why the cat liked to get up here, but he did. Martin noticed it, too.
Right, Sheriff. Miss Edith called my attention to it. She said she thought it was dangerous, that the jets ought to be tightened. Shouldn't have put it off again.
Yeah. Well, that ought to do for now. Thanks very much.
You accompany the sheriff to the door. Thank him for being so considerate, and for the first time, you're able to get control of your nerves. But late that afternoon, the sheriff returns, and your pulses leap again to the knowledge that something's wrong. And as he brings you and Martin in the study, you clutch your hands together, afraid their trembling might betray you.
All right, sit down, both of you. Might as well tell you I'm convinced something's wrong with this whole setup, and I intend to get to the bottom of it.
Well, what do you mean, Sheriff?
I've been doing some work around town, Miss Ellsmer. Had a talk with Mr. Ives, the lawyer for Mrs. Cole's estate.
Yes?
He told me the terms of her will. You inherit practically everything. You knew that, of course.
Of course, I've been a very faithful assistant to Mrs. Cole for years.
Yeah, but that was all over.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, I checked on the phone calls out of here. Mrs. Cole called the Universal Employment Agency yesterday. The man at the agency says she wanted to hire someone to replace you. You knew that. You knew it meant the will would be changed.
No,
Oh, wait a minute, Sheriff.
I'll get to you in a minute.
You'll get to me now. I resent the insinuations you're making about Miss Ellsmer, but that's beside the point. Point is that this was accidental death. Every evidence points to the fact that the cat turned on those jets.
I have Miss Ellsmer's testimony for that.
Miss Ellsmer's, yes, and mine.
I was waiting for that. Point number 3 that I learned in my investigation in town.
At least a dozen people told me that you, Martin, and Edith here are in love with each other.
That isn't true. That's the most outrageous lie. Martin, tell him.
I say. All right, Sheriff. It's true. I am in love with Edith Ellsworth. The feeling's all mine. Edith has never, even a word or a glance, given me the slightest encouragement. You're trying to prove there's conspiracy. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what I think was a murder in cold blood.
I won't listen to this. I won't stay here. Sheriff, wait. You're saying you don't believe that Splendid Emperor got up on that stove. Is that it?
Yes, that's exactly it.
I see. Well, in that case, I'll ask you to step over here, Sheriff. Look through the kitchen door.
Well, I'll be hanged. The cat is on.
Yes, Splendid Emperor. Up on the stove, Sheriff. Now, do you want to make any more insinuations?
No, I owe you an apology, Miss Ellsworth, and I give it gladly. It seemed like such a fool thing for a cat to do. Your own eyes, Sheriff. Yeah, my own eyes. I'll be testifying at the inquest, Miss Ellsworth. I'll tell them, of course, that it was an accident. No hard feelings.
No, Sheriff. No hard feelings.
So fortune at last played at your way. By the chance jump of a cat, you've traded disaster for everything you've always wanted. Meadow Hill, Splendid Emperor, perhaps even Martin. When Mr. Murdoch phones later in the day to announce that the contracts are ready for Mrs. Cole's signature, you tell him the bad news.
Yes, Mr. Murdoch. Until now, I own Splendid Emperor.
I see. Of course, Miss Ellsworth, I'm as shocked as you are about Mrs. Cole's death. However, I'm prepared to offer you the same proposition we made Mrs. Cole. $5,000 a year for the name, $2,000 more to write that booklet.
I think your offer is very fair, Mr. Murdoch. And I accept.
Good, good.
I particularly want to write that booklet for you.
Fine, Miss Ellsworth. I was wondering, would it be too soon if I drove down with the contracts in the morning?
No. That'll be all right, Mr. Murdoch. You may come ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll see you there. Goodbye, Miss Ellsworth.
Goodbye, Mr. Murdoch. Oh, come up here, Emperor. Splendid Emperor. Up in my lap. That's it. Oh, there's a lot ahead for us, Emperor. For you and me.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now, we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. And now, back to The Whistler.
Timothy Murdoch was a very happy man as he turned into Meadow Hill Estate. He was pleased at the arrangements he was about to complete with Edith Ellsmer. She had sounded so cooperative over the phone, so willing to accept the same terms he'd agreed upon with Mrs. Cole for the use of the name Splendid Emperor on Mr. Murdoch's cat food. As he left the car and stepped up onto the porch, Mr. Murdoch allowed his shoulders to sag slightly. He removed his hat, assumed a solemn air in deference to the late Mrs. Cole. Then, as he reached to press the door buzzer...
Hey, huh? Won't do you any good to ring, mister.
Why, I don't understand. I'm calling on Miss Ellsmer. I have an appointment.
I'm afraid Miss Ellsmer won't be keeping any appointments. Apparently you haven't heard what's happened here.
Oh, yes, I have. A terrible tragedy, terrible. Poor Mrs. Cole.
I'm not talking about Mrs. Cole. It's Miss Ellsmer that's the real tragedy.
Miss Ellsmer?
Yes. She died practically the same way.
What?
Fell asleep in a chair. Cat jumped up on the stove. We found out he was after a catnip bag someone forgot and left hanging there.
What? Then Miss Ellsmer is...
Yeah. Gone. Cat, too. That cat was an emperor, all right. But it seems his kingdom was death.
That whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC, the Household Finance Corporation, and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were Mary Lansing and Martha Wentworth. The Whistler is produced by George W. Allen, with story by Michael Sklar, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Home accidents can be prevented by eliminating physical hazards such as inadequate lighting, cluttered rooms, dangerous stairways, and so forth. Protect your family. Remember, accidents don't always happen to the other person. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I left Cheyenne without my luggage, and in company with a wild Irishman and his even wilder cargo of freight.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just a moment, we will bring you the latest report from the Frontier Gentleman. Whether your marriage license is brand new or your wedding ring is worn thin over the years, you'll get a kick out of every light-hearted episode of CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Written by Peg Lynch, creator of Ethel and Albert, The Couple Next Door is a warm and humorous series about a young married couple. Just for the fun of it, join us on most of these same stations 5 days a week as Peg Lynch and Alan Bunn star as CBS Radio's The Couple Next Door. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Cheyenne, Wyoming Territory had been good to me. And when I decided to leave, I informed the people at my hotel packed my little bag of belongings, and dropped by Carrie Chase's office to thank him for his kindnesses. From there, I went to the stage station and made arrangements for my departure. Having several hours' wait, I took a last turn around the town. I thought I had visited all of the saloons in search of people and stories from my column in the London Times. I was wrong. I had missed Dan's Bloody Bucket, a scant 4 blocks from the center of town. I shall never forget Dan, nor his bloody bucket.
Oh, so you want to play dirty, do you? All right then, Mr. Dan.
The man shouting was small, wearing a derby hat pulled low over shaggy eyebrows. He was holding a gigantic cat in his left arm, while with his right hand he was tugging a length of chain from beneath the folds of a swallowtail coat. He was facing a great brute of a man. He was waving a broken whiskey bottle at him. Behind him, out of sight, another man was approaching with pistol butt raised. The odds against the little man were more than I could stand. Look out behind you!
Oh, dear, save us! A saint has arrived. Oh, no, you don't, blighter.
Hey, you want to get in this, stranger?
The troops has arrived, you shilly-shally mucky-buck.
Man seems to need a friend.
You better move on, or what's going to happen to him will happen to you.
Oh, the devil, the cat, the princess, she's jumped out of my arms. Grab her, saint.
No, you won't.
Oh, no, you shouldn't have done that.
No, grab him, Jake. Grab the stranger.
I'll get him. I'll get him right now. Oh, you've done it, Saint, you've done it. Now grab the cat. I'll swing me chain over these two. Grab her!
What?
The princess, the cat, grab her, lad.
Who?
She's going by, Clapperhead.
Oh, yes. Here you go, princess. She's not friendly. All right. Here now, cat princess.
Throttle him now and make friends later.
Stop it, I say, stop it. I've got her.
Now let's get out of here. They're beginning to come around. Run.
Where should we run?
Out the door to me wagon. They won't never come near me chain. Now watch the cat. Don't let her get away. Now run. It's straight on with you. Now the cat into the box. Hurry.
There you go, lovey.
Hi-you, come on, you high-roaring humptail. Hi-you.
It's Dan. He's shooting.
It's never again you'll see me down at the bloody bucket. Never! And the same to all of you. Sons of corruption.
6 times a week, here at the Star's Address, you'll find that the shortest distance between 2 smiles is the Amos and Andy Music Hall. For one thing, there's always a sparkling tune or two to give your spirits a lift. The guest list reads like a textbook in applied astronomy. And of course, right at the heart of all the light-hearted things that happen at the Music Hall are the one and only 2, Amos and Andy. Tomorrow and every Monday through Saturday on most of these same stations, listen for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
The little man drove at a most fantastic rate of speed. I sat in silence atop the wagon seat, holding my hat down with one hand, while the other clutched the side for support. Our exit was punctuated by the princess hurling herself at my bottom side in magnificent rages, and I was thankful for the barrier of wood between us. In the bed of the wagon were numerous large crates full of cats of all sizes and colors. There seemed to be no one in pursuit, and after some minutes the little man slowed the wagon, and without looking at me, he painfully lit a pipe. I presumed we were now somewhere in the barren area between Wyoming Territory and the Dakotas.
Perils. Perils of the trade, me boy.
I would say.
You've done a grand thing, lad. The princess there is the start of a whole new race, she is. I had to have her.
What? You mean the princess belonged to Dan?
And what did you think, huh?
Then I helped you steal the cat?
Oh, tush. You merely laid down a blow he'll not be forgetting.
But you said grab the cat. I thought she belonged to you.
Don't let the technicalities bother you. 'Tis a proper thing you've done.
I don't understand.
I supplied Cheyenne with her cats in the first place, and I reserve the right to have access, as it were, to their progeny.
I see. And if Dan pursues us, then what?
Well, if me luck holds, he won't find us.
And if it doesn't?
Never borrow trouble, me lad. Look at me, lad.
Yes?
You have a bit of England in you.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact.
Ah, my worst fears. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Kendall. J.B. Kendall.
And I thought the saints had smiled. My name is Kerrigan, Shane Kerrigan. And you might as well have it straight out. I'm an Irishman. What's your business, Kendall?
I write stories concerning the West for the London Times.
Oh, that is a good town, London. I was there once when I was a mere boy. Good town. Too bad it's so full of the English.
Mr. Kerrigan, I'd be indebted to you if you'd tell me something about yourself for my readers.
Oh, wait a minute. Will you stop your blather, pussycats? It was on a bright summer morning when the birds sweetly sang on each bough that I first saw me Kathleen Runyon as she sat a-milking her cow. There.
It's a miracle.
Now, Kendall, what was it you wanted to know about?
Yes, this cat business of yours. I was going to ask, how does it work?
Oh, very simple. I'm on my way to save Deadwood at this time.
Save Deadwood?
I have 62 cats, 62 furry creatures in the proper positions, and the town will be rid of its varmints in a matter of hours.
And you intend to sell your cats?
That I do, at $10 a head.
$10? People pay $10 for them?
Now, where have you been, Mr. Kendall? Do you not know that civilization rises or falls according to the number of cats in the towns and villages?
But I just never thought of it.
The Great Plague in Europe was due to the shortage of cats.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm.
Well, when you get to Deadwood, just how do you plan to go about the sale of your cats?
I have a staunch friend there, dear Margaret. I shall make me headquarters with this lovely lady, and soon the word will spread that I have arrived with me cats.
And will this lady appreciate your coming in with all this baggage?
It'll take a bit of doing, me boy, I don't deny that. But Miss Margaret has had an eye for Shane Kerrigan these many years. Before 'tis done, she'll embrace me and me cats.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather like to ride along, if you don't mind.
Oh, 'tis welcome you are. Hurry up there, little one. You've rested long enough. Here.
Your horse. She seems to love her work.
That she does. Oh, 'twas on a bright summer morning. Oh, and the birds sweetly sang in each bough that I first saw me Kathleen. Uh-oh. That'll be Dan, the tenacious one. Hiya, girl, hiya! We'll give him a run for his dust.
I turned in my seat, and sure enough, it was Dan on horseback, accompanied by another rider. Mr. Kerrigan clamped his jaw on his pipe, leaned forward, and the wagon flew across the rocky ground.
Is he there, Kendall? Can you still see the Hayden?
Yes! He's closer! Shane! You might as well stop!
Stop! Are you daft? I wouldn't suffer the devil himself! Get along there! Hurry up!
Then it happened. A rock, half as big as the horse, loomed up in the road. Shane Kerrigan couldn't miss it.
Look out! We're going to hit!
Dan, do you ever see so many cats in the air at one time?
There's only one cat I'm looking for.
Oh, me heart, I've had it this time. Me heart can't take no more.
Are you all right, Mr. Kerrigan?
No, I'm dead and dying. The wagon's across me leg.
I came for my cat, you old goat. Where is she?
Kendall, how's me horse and cat?
The horse is all right, but the crates are broken and the cats are scattering.
Are you listening to me? I want that cat. She was the best mouser in Cheyenne.
Now, you see here, Dan, whatever your name is. Can't you see this old gentleman is hurt? Now, give me a hand. We'll get the wagon off him.
You ought to do it, Dan. Your cat ain't worth killing, the old fella.
I ain't helping nothing. It's a cat I come for, and I'm going to get.
And I say you're going to help me. Here.
No, Kendall. Let him go. It's me dying wish she'd take the cat. Dan, Dan, you can see they've all scattered to the winds. Find yours and take her.
I'm gonna do just that. Come on, Jake. Let's find her before she gets lost.
Wait! I'll need help moving this man.
No. Are you daft? What about the princess?
Well, the wagon box is still closed.
Oh, good.
What about you?
Well, the kind of help I need, the likes of them can't give. Now, come on, give me a hand here.
All right, I'll try. Now, when I lift it, you try to pull yourself out.
Oh, yes.
Now, up. I do it. Up there.
Oh, Kendall, she's bent. Oh, my leg is bad.
Yeah. Let me help you.
Oh, may I be forgiven, an Englishman keeping me. It is more important to get the cats back. Whew. Now, break out the tripe and liver. They can smell it for miles. Then whilst they're coming in, we can make our repairs and be off for Deadwood.
Whatever happened to, what's his name? You know who I mean. That high-pretense newsman who reported every wild rumor he ever heard. We don't know what happened to him, but we can tell you that reliable newsmen like Larry LeSueur, Lowell Thomas, and all of their colleagues at CBS News are still very much preferred by listeners everywhere. 5 nights a week, Larry LeSueur and Lowell Thomas broadcast the news on most of these same stations. Interestingly enough, their consistently accurate and carefully detailed reports provide much more excitement than cheap sensationalism ever could.
It was true. The tripe and liver could be smelled upwind, downwind, probably in Deadwood itself. The cats came streaming in. And with each group I expected to see Dan and his friend, but we had seen the last of them. Mr. Kerrigan was considerably lamed by the accident, but managed to move about amazingly well. I made all the necessary repairs to the wagon and the crates, and by morning we were underway. We finally arrived at Deadwood, which had the look of all boom towns, a long, narrow street with wooden frame structures along the sides. The dwelling of Miss Margaret turned out to be a large saloon with upstairs lodging quarters. It was called simply Maggie's Place. You're certain this is it, Mr. Kerrigan?
Aye, this is it. You go tell Miss Margaret Jane Kerrigan is sick and wounded and needs lodging.
All right.
Lively with you now.
Howdy, mister. Can I help you?
Why, yes, I believe you can.
I think I'd like to. My name's Charlene. Have I seen you here before?
No, I don't believe so. I'm looking for Miss Margaret.
Miss Margaret? Sure you are. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah?
There's a fella here wants to see you.
Well, send him over.
Don't forget me. Charlene. Mr.
Kendall.
Kendall.
Yeah.
That's Maggie over there. The big fat one at the end of the bar. I'll be around if you want to buy me a drink later on.
All right, Charlene. Thank you.
Max, you can change to the bad whiskey now. Nobody'll know the difference. Well, hello, stranger. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for lodging.
Not a chance. We've been full up for weeks. Ain't you heard about the strike at Gold Run Gulch?
No, I just arrived. No, this was for a friend of mine. He's outside. You know him, Mr. Jane Kerrigan?
Jane? Well, why didn't you say so? Charlene!
What?
Fix up the good room for a friend of mine, and hurry it up!
Maggie almost cried at the sight of Jane cradled in my arms as I carried him up to the room prepared for him. There, lying back on the bed, he lifted a hand feebly toward me.
Oh, Kendall, good lad. Would you be about bringing up me luggage?
Oh, the poor man.
You mean you want all?
Yes, all of them. And don't forget the rations. It's most important, lad. Now go.
Why do you bother the poor ailing man with trivialities now? Bring up his baggage, as he says. There's a back way, and it won't bother no one.
Oh, Margaret, come to me side.
Yes, love. Now, what is it?
Are you sure I'm not imposing on you?
Well, now, what kind of a woman do you take me for?
Oh, Margaret, darling. It's worth the whole trip and trouble and the accident to my leg just to get back and look into your eyes.
Go to sleep, sweetheart. And you can have your friend Kendall right here with you.
Oh, no. I mean, it'll be rather crowded here. I can find a place.
Well, how can it be crowded? 2 men in a big room like this?
Well, maybe not. I just hate to...
That's the end of it right now. I'll have another bed set in for you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Look at him, Mr. Kendall. Poor man has fallen asleep. And we stand here, jawing in front of him. Come away.
Oh, before you go, darling, would you be sending up 4 fingers of your best whiskey for my leg?
Well, of course. I'll have Charlene bring it right away. You can see, Mr. Kendall, nobody understands Jane Kerrigan like I do. I guess he's told you, hasn't he? The reason he's come back to Deadwood is to marry me.
Nobody saw me staggering up the back steps with crate after crate of cats. As for Chain, he busied himself drinking the liquor provided for him and instructed me to release and feed the cats. Eventually it was over, and we finally got settled down, in a manner of speaking. But in the morning, the swarm had to be fed all over again. It's quite a job, isn't it?
It is a labor of love, my boy. Did Miss Margaret see you bringing our friends in last evening?
No, she didn't. But what do you plan to do about selling them now, crippled up the way you are?
I have a plan, Kendall, a wee bit of a plan.
Jane, love, it's Margaret with your breakfast. Can I come in?
Oh, please do, darling.
Well, did you sleep well? Oh! What goes on here? Get out! Get out!
Now, Margaret, you've lost control of yourself.
So this is the way you thank me, Jane Kerrigan. Well, you can get out, too.
What?
I'll not have this kind of a mess. Go on!
Oh, Margaret, come to me, side love.
I'll come to your side. I'll take an axe to you.
But it's my business, love, selling cats. I told you that when I was here before.
Yes, you told me. But I don't expect you to let him a place with them.
Possibly I could help in some manner.
You can, Mr. Kendall. You can open the back door for Jane Kerrigan and his cat.
Have you been told, lass, you're lovelier than ever when you're shouting like that?
Oh, get him out.
Margaret, now would you be allowing $620 to walk out the back way?
I don't care how much money you... What? How much did you say?
62 cats. Not counting the princess, of course. I could never sell her. She's my breeding stock. 62 cats at $10 apiece. That's $620. Now, Mr. Kendall, a man with that much money could support himself and a loved one for a good long time now, could he not?
Why, yes. I suppose he could, Mr. Kerrigan.
Margaret, have you ever thought of marriage? A woman of your beauty and accomplishments.
Well, as a matter of fact, Jane, you're proposing to me, ain't you? I knew that's why you'd come back.
Now, when me leg heals and I'm able to get about and sell the cats, then I can make the plans closest to me heart.
Oh, Jane, I got an idea.
Oh, what is it, beauty?
I'll sell the cats for you.
No, you can't mean it. Now, how would you be doing that?
Why, they'll buy. They'll buy or else.
Who'll buy?
My clientele. I have a certain power here in Deadwood, as you know, Jane, and they'll buy from me.
Well, no, but if it wasn't for my leg, I wouldn't let you do this.
Oh, don't worry about your leg. By tomorrow, you'll have $620, and I'll have the preacher come by in the afternoon. Now, what do you say to that, Jane? Huh?
One thing at a time, Margaret, one thing at a time. Now, how would you be going about selling those cats?
That was the last I saw of Jane Kerrigan. I found a room for myself in town, lay on the bed for a moment, and, well, it was the next morning before I awoke. I rushed over to Maggie's place. Above her own sign, there was another one. It said, Cat Sale. Get yours now. On the door of the saloon itself, there was another sign saying, Closed. I knocked, and Charlene, the girl I had first met at Maggie's, came to the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kendall. I'm sure glad to see you this morning. But y'all better not come in.
What? Why? What happened?
Come on. Let's walk down the street. It's about Mr. Kerrigan.
Was he died or something?
Worse. He's lived.
Oh, well, then, that's good.
Oh, no, it ain't. He didn't wait for the wedding or say goodbye to Maggie or nothing. Just got his wagon and left.
What about his cats?
She sold them all. Last night. Gave him over $600. Why, you never seen so many men buying cats in all your life.
How's she taking it?
Oh, all right. Every time she feels bad, she counts her money again.
Her money?
Sure. She sold those cats for $15 apiece. Made over $300 for herself.
What? Why, that's marvelous. Charlene.
What?
You come on with me. I'll buy you that drink I promised you.
Why, Mr. Kendall.
Frontier Gentlemen was produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Tom Handley and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentlemen. Bud Sewell speaking.
The challenge of the Yukon.
On King! On you husky!
The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes a trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserve law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Dynamite was a cat. He wasn't a beautiful cat. That is, he wasn't beautiful to anyone but old Tim Riley. To Tim, who had raised him from a kitten, Dynamite's many battle scars were medals of honor. And Tim used to brag that Dynamite could whip anything in the Yukon not more than 4 times his weight. However, Tim's wife, Molly, did not share his love for the beast.
Dynamite, get off in that pillow. Get off, I say. Tim, come and get this nasty beast off the bed. He's brought a mouse in here and is eating it right in the middle of your pillow.
He always brings things in to show me what he catches. Well, old fellow, what a fine mouse you got this time.
Oh, he always growls at me. Take him out.
That's the tone of your voice, Molly. Dynamite don't like being yelled at.
Sure, and a woman would have to be nothing less than a saint not to yell at him. How you can be so fond of that beast is beyond me. Half an ear gone, scars all over him, half a tail. Oh, he's the
No,
worst
me
little...
darling, you still love me, don't you? And I ain't much prettier than Dynamite. One ear froze off, 2 fingers missing.
Oh, Tim, stop it. Take him out before he ruins that
Oh,
pillow.
patience, me darling. I'm just getting me coat on.
Oh, just flatters your vanity, that's all. The way that cat follows you around like a black shadow.
Him and me understand each other. I talk to him by the hour and he never disagrees. Come on, me black beauty. We'll eat your mouse outside.
We'll eat your mouse. Tim Riley, you sound as if you're going to share it with him.
Sure, and if you weren't such a fine cook, maybe I would. Never mind. Hang on to your mouse. That's the boy. Looks as if it's going to snow. Dynamite and I'll go for a bit of a hike, and then I'll bring in some wood.
All right now.
Molly's a fine woman, Dynamite. But females are funny about pillows and things. Here we are. We'll sit down on this log and you can finish your mouse in peace. And now I'll have a drag of my pipe. Soon this winter will be over. I'll be glad to get rid of this ice and snow.
Barking! Come you huskies! Come here, King.
Here, you 2 spalpeens.
Stop that, King.
Run, Dynamite!
King, come back here. Back, I say.
Never mind, Sergeant. Dynamite's safe in the roof of the cabin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. I guess those 2 never will be friendly.
It's a long-standing feud, Preston. But you know, I think they both kind of enjoy it. Dynamite stands his ground with lots of dogs, but when he sees King, he hightails it out of reach.
Come here, King. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Chasing that cat again.
He says no, he's not, and what's more, he'll do it again.
You know, King's never forgiven Dynamite for that swat on the nose he got when he was a pup.
Even then, I think Dynamite suspected he'd met his match. Well, Sergeant, I haven't seen you for a long time. What brings you to these parts?
A shipment of valuable furs have been stolen. The Hudson Bay Company was sending them down to Whitehorse.
Furs, you say? You think someone around here did it?
We've traced them to this territory, but lost their trail. I think they're lying low around here somewhere, probably waiting for the spring breakup so they can get them out by boat.
Well, I'll certainly keep my eyes open for you.
Trouble is, Tim, there's so many places to hide around here. These mountains have a million caves, and the woods are close by. There's a nice reward if they're found.
And I could use it. Won't you come in for a cup of hot tea? Molly'd be glad.
Thanks, Tim, but we'd better make it another time. I have a lot to do in town. Come on, King. Say hello to Molly and tell her I'll see her in a day or so.
All right, Sergeant. Goodbye.
Bye, Tim. On, King! On, you huskies!
And now, you black piece of Satan, come down from that roof and go for a walk with me.
Tim strolled along at the foot of a huge cliff that flanked the slope of a mountain. Suddenly, a small rabbit darted from behind a rock. Dynamite was after it like a flash, and both animals disappeared in a crack in the cliff.
Dynamite, come back here. Dynamite, you inky demon, where'd you go? Making me squeeze through this narrow place. Well, I'll be... A cave. Hold a pot. Oh, there you are. So your quarry got away, did it? It serves you... What's this? A stack of furs. Glory be to heaven, hundreds of furs. And wood for a fire. Dynamite, you've led me to the furs Sergeant Preston is looking for. Come on, let's get out of here before someone comes. Scat now. Out you go.
Hurry up, Ace. You're the slow.
Dynamite, come back. Someone's coming. Oh, there he goes.
See, look. A black cat coming out of the crack in the cliff.
Yeah. Well, can you beat? Get back, Ace. See, there's footprints going in there, and there ain't none coming out.
Yeah, you're right. One man's footprint.
Well, we've caught the thieving skunk, whoever he is. All right, whoever you are in there, come out with your hands up.
Heaven preserve me if I only had a gun. You come through that crack in that cliff and I blast you full of lead.
We can't get in there. Tell us why we're squeezing through.
Yeah, but what'll we do?
Come on, you cowards, I'm waiting. I'm itching to pepper you. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord, to be telling a lie, but in a spot like this, maybe you'll make it work.
If we can just get in there.
Well, we can't.
We can't just sit here until he starves to death. Come on, Ace, we're going to start shooting through that opening.
Oh, it's too narrow. We can't hit him.
I'm trying it anyway.
Fire away, you buzzards! But show your faces in here and I'll blast in the kingdom come.
Come on there, you hyena. Why
One of these slugs is bound to get the sooner or later.
Try sticking your head through that crack and see what happens. You're wasting your bullets.
Come out, I say. Chief, look out! That rocket stone's coming down on us!
Tons of rock and ice buried the two men who had started the avalanche with their gunfire. At last, the silence of the Northland settled over everything. Then the stillness was broken by the cries of a lonely black cat that climbed over the huge pile of rocks and snow that covered the entrance to the cave where he had last seen his master. The falling snow sprinkled his black coat with silver. Sergeant Preston sat in his cabin in town with King at his feet. He yawned as he put down the book he was reading.
Well, boy, almost 10 o'clock. Guess it's time we hit the hay. Well, who's calling at this hour? Down, boy. Be still.
Sergeant Preston, it's Molly.
Molly, come in. Something the matter?
Oh, Sergeant, I hope you won't think I'm a silly old woman, but Tim went out and didn't come home.
Sit down and warm yourself, Molly. Did you walk all the way into town alone?
Yes, I couldn't stand it any longer. I got so worried. It ain't like him to do this.
What time did he leave?
Before supper. At first I got mad. I thought maybe he'd come into town and had a bit of a nip with his pals. But then I got scared. No one in town has seen him at all.
Oh?
They told me you were here, and I thought maybe you'd seen him.
Why, I haven't seen him since late this afternoon. Did you notice which way he went when he left?
I was getting supper. He went for a walk, but I don't know which way, and I have a feeling something has happened.
Well, calm down, Molly. We'll be able to follow his tracks.
Yeah, that's the trouble. I thought of that, but the snow has covered everything.
Ah, that's right. It has been snowing hard. You better stay in town tonight, Molly, and we'll start the search for Tim first thing in the morning.
In spite of the cold, perspiration ran down the legs and arms of Tim Riley as he threw down the shovel he had found in the cave.
Well, it's no use. You're a goner, Tim Riley. I might as well start praying. What a place to die. At least they won't have to bury me. That's been done. Sure, that can't be... Dynamite, it's you. Now, where in heaven did you come from? I saw you run out. Now, how in heaven's name did you get in again? Oh, me beautiful darling. If you know how glad I am to see you. Now, if I light another one of these sticks, maybe I can find out how you got in. I know the air was coming in from somewhere. Now, let's see. You came from the back, it seems. Oh, yes, here it is. A crack in the wall. But only twice as wide as you. Nope, it's no use. I can't even get my head in it, let alone the stomach of mine. Well, at least I have you for company till I die. And we have a nice soft bed of expensive furs to sleep on, you and me. Never did you think, Tim Riley, that you'd die on a bed worth $10,000 or $15,000. Well, come on, Dynamite. It's time we're sleeping. Dynamite! Dynamite, where are you? Oh, it must be morning by now. Here, Kitty! You've gone, deserted me. Or maybe you've gone back to Molly and she followed you to me. Ah, there you are. And what's that you're bringing? A rabbit! You brought me breakfast. So you can get out of the place. All right, give me the rabbit. Now, Dynamite, we've come to the place where it's not just admiring your catches that I'll be doing. Now I'm making them with you.
Oh, but Sergeant Preston, there's been no trace of Tim for 3 days. You combed the territory for him. Oh, something terrible has happened to him.
We're not giving up yet, Molly. Keep your courage up. If he were dead, Dynamite would come home.
Not that animal. He's probably sitting on Tim's grave somewhere, refusing to move. Or maybe they both was killed. Tim trying to rescue him from a wolf or something.
Well, now stop letting your imagination run away with you, Molly.
Oh, dear.
I'm going out with Indian Pete this morning. He's one of the best trackers in the territory and knows every inch of it. We'll find Tim.
Sergeant Preston and Indian Pete tramped through the snow near the mountain. King, running ahead, suddenly growled, then darted behind a rock, barking frantically.
What's wrong with King? He seems to have...
Look, dog chased something.
It's a cat. It's Dynamite. King, stop!
Look, they go upside a mountain.
Come on, Pete, hurry. I hope King hasn't caught him.
Dog got him cornered somewhere. Look, cat tracks up here.
Yes, all over this one little section. King, where's Dynamite, fella?
See, cat go down here. Crack in rock.
Yes, too small for King to follow. Quiet, King. I wonder if Tim has just a chance. Tim!
Help! I'm here! Him there, under earth.
There must be a cave under here somewhere. We'll get you out, Tim. I'm going into town for help. Hang on, old man.
Tim rested comfortably in his cabin, talking to Sergeant Preston as Molly bustled happily about.
It was that gunfire that started the avalanche and killed both of them. It was almost the end of me, too.
We'll see that you got the reward for the furs, Tim. You deserve it after that experience.
Well, it was you who got me in the furs out, Sergeant. I think
I'll take no credit for it. If it hadn't been for that long-standing feud between Dynamite and King, we'd never have found you.
Oh, heaven bless that cat. And now, Tim, darling, let me light your pipe for you.
Molly, you mean you're actually asking me to smoke it?
Oh, I'll always be grateful for them matches you carry to light it. If you'd had to sit there in the dark eating raw rabbit. Oh, I can't bear the thought of it. Oh, saints preserve us, what's that?
Don't worry, Molly. Dynamite and King are just enjoying their old feud again.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at the same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Hal Neal speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Stilson, do hereby make, publish, and declare this, as and for my last will and testament, hereby revoking all former wills or testamentary dispositions by me heretofore made. First, I direct my just debts and funeral expenses to be paid as soon after my decease as may be practicable. Second, I direct that all inheritance, estate, transfer, or succession taxes or death taxes be paid out of my residuary estate. And third, I give, devise, and bequeath all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, real, personal, and mixed, of whatever kind and nature, and wheresoever the same may be situate, of which I may die seized and possessed, to which I may be entitled at the time of my death. To my beloved cat, Stanley. In trust, nevertheless, for the following uses and purposes.
It's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Nevertheless, it's perfectly legal, Miss Van Allen.
How could you, her attorney, permit her to even consider such an idiotic thing?
Your Aunt Emma was not a woman to argue with, as you very well know. She insisted on leaving her entire estate to our cat, and she did.
How much does the estate amount to?
$1,347,621.79 after taxes.
I'll sue. That's what I'll do. I'll contest the will.
Inasmuch as I drew it up very carefully, Miss Van Allen, I suggest that you spare yourself the unnecessary expense. The will is incontestable.
And they called her eccentric. Eccentric? Aunt Emma was insane. It's insufferable. Incredible. Didn't she even mention me in the will at all?
Yes, she did. Let me see, on page 9. Oh, yes. I quote, "To my niece Adelaide Van Allen, a clothes horse and a snob, with the intelligence of a backward chorus girl and the personality of a praying mantis, I bequeath my muskrat muff and direct..."
Her muskrat muff?
Yes, Miss Allen.
The woman was crazy. Stark, raving mad. I tell you, it's outrageous.
Yes, Miss Allen.
And who'll take care of the cat? Who'll see that her beloved Stanley is happy?
If you had been present during the reading of the will, Miss Van Allen, you would have learned the details. Stanley was left in the custody of Mr. and Mrs. Archie Bird, who will receive a weekly stipend.
That's the last straw. The Birds. The Brooklyn Birds. She's married to a cab driver. A cab driver, mind you. Why, we practically exiled that branch of the family.
Who will receive a weekly stipend so long as Stanley shall remain in their care and in excellent health.
So long as he shall remain in their care, did you say?
Yes.
And if something should happen to Stanley, Mr. Whitby?
If Stanley dies, the estate goes to charity. However, should he be given away to someone else, that person would automatically be appointed guardian and would receive the stipend for Stanley's upbringing.
I see.
And now, Miss Allen, I must leave for Brooklyn to pay a visit to the Birds and apprise them of the contents of the will. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Whitby. You can run along. But before you go, let me have Archie Bird's address, won't you? I want to send Stanley my congratulations.
Archie.
What?
It's 5 o'clock.
Oh, 5 o'clock. So what?
Time to go to work. Get up.
Oh, stop talking, Lily. Stop jabbering. I'm up, ain't I?
Fine time for a man to have his breakfast. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Why don't you get the day shift and keep decent hours?
Well, can I help it if I gotta drive the hack all night? I'm waiting my turn for the day shift, ain't I? What do you expect me to do? Cut my throat and bleed to death on account of... Oh, there they go again, them pesky cats. Let me at that window.
Archie.
Get out of here. Get off of that fence.
Not my shoe, Archie.
All day long, they kept me awake. I hate cats, Fanny. I hate cats like poison. If I had a rifle or even a .22...
Oh, stop shooting off your mouth and eat your breakfast. Your eggs is getting cold.
I've got enough troubles without adding cats to the list.
Oh, I'll get it.
All day long they kept me up. All day long.
Mrs. Bird?
Yeah?
My name is Whitby.
Oh, not today, mister. We don't want any.
But I'm not a salesman, Mrs. Bird. I'm an attorney.
An attorney?
Yes.
You mean a lawyer?
Exactly. May I come in?
What's up, Brad?
There's a guy here, Archie. Says he's a lawyer.
Lawyer?
You didn't hit nobody with that hack of yours, did you?
No. Please, let me explain. I'm here in regard to your late aunt, Emma Stilson. Who's that?
I never told you anything about her, Archie, and I ain't seen her in years. Anyway, she ain't even my aunt. She was my mother's aunt.
In spite of the fact that you know very little about her, she knew quite a good deal about you, Mrs. Bird. She used to refer to you as the only member of her family who never asked her for money or a favor of any kind. She said you were independent, and she admired you in many ways.
Well, what do you know? I just never went near her, that's all. She was Park Avenue, and I'm Brooklyn. Besides, did you say she was my late aunt?
Mrs. Stilson passed away a week ago tonight.
Ah, that's too bad.
She left a will, Mrs. Bird. She left all her money in trust to Stanley and put Stanley in your care. You're to get $500 a week as long as Stanley remains with you.
Did you say $500 a week?
Yes. It's for Stanley's care. Well, and your own welfare, you'll find that Stanley requires very little in the way of...
I gotta sit down.
Oh, Mrs. Bird.
$500 a week.
I'm feeling kind of woozy myself.
Well, Mrs. Stilson was a wealthy woman. You'll both have an independent income as long as Stanley remains with you.
You ain't kidding us, Mr. Whitby. This is on the level.
Oh, I assure you that it is.
Hey, Fanny. Fanny, what a break, huh? Remember how we said one day our luck will change? Well, here it is. It's a jackpot. We're rich, Fanny. We're rich.
But we gotta make sure that Stanley gets all that's coming to him, Archie.
Huh?
Poor little guy losing his mother that way.
Oh, but Stanley wasn't...
Tell me, how old is Stanley, Mr. Whitby?
He was 5 on his last birthday.
5? Oh, ain't that cute, Archie?
Cute.
Where is he now, Mr. Whitby? Who's taking care of him?
Why, he's right here. Here, yes, in this basket.
In that basket?
Yes.
He's kind of small for his age, ain't he?
No, as a matter of fact, he's large.
Did you hear a cat just now, Fan?
Yeah.
Here, let me take Stanley out of this basket.
Fanny.
Stanley's a cat?
Get him away from me. Keep him off now. Take him away.
Archie, control yourself.
What?
Why, Mr. Bird, don't you like cats?
Oh, he's nuts about cats, ain't you?
Yeah, nuts.
Now, I have here the first payment of $500 made out by check in your favor.
What?
You receive a like amount every week from my office.
Look, Archie, 500 smackers.
Yeah, that's a lot of dough, ain't it?
You understand, of course, that Stanley must have the best of everything. He's used to the finest food and the best of accommodation.
Oh, I'll get him a real bed, Mr. Whitby, and he'll eat fine.
Yeah, that cat'll eat like a horse.
Yes, well, I'll leave you my card, and I'll drop by on the first of every month to see how Stanley's getting along. Well, I'll say goodbye to you now, and good luck.
Thanks for everything, Mr. Whitby.
Yes, so long. So long.
What are you looking at?
Stanley.
He's cute, ain't he?
He makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh, stop talking that way. When have we ever seen $500 come so easy? And it comes once a week, too.
But you know I'm allergic to cats, Fanny.
You're also allergic to quitting your job and living like a king, Mr. Dope?
No, that part's fine.
Then don't argue. Stanley stays and we treat him with respect. 'Cause he's our breadwinner now, ain't you, Stanley? Oh, ain't you our itsy bitsy moo and dawa catsy cat? Here, Stanley, time for your cream.
Where's my coffee, Fanny?
You'll get it later. I'm feeding Stanley. Here, Stanley, boy.
Fan, where are you?
I'm in here. I'm busy.
Oh, where's my new electric razor?
I'm using it on Stanley. I'm giving him a trim.
I can't sleep on the floor. I tell you, it hurts my back.
Oh, you can sleep there and like it. Stanley's just using your bed till his mattress gets fixed.
Stanley!
Hi.
Dinner ready?
Not yet.
Hey, what's this, steak? It's kind of expensive, ain't it?
We can afford it.
Yeah, I guess we can, huh? Well, I don't mind a good hunk of sirloin every now and then.
Oh, that steak ain't for you, mister. You're getting spare ribs. The steak's for Stanley. What's the idea?
Nothing.
Oh, why don't you be more careful with my plate? I better clean up this mess before the doctor comes.
Doc, are you sick, baby?
No, Stanley's doctor.
Wow.
I thought I heard him wheeze last night. I'm giving him a thorough checkup with x-rays and what they call the electrocardioscope or something.
Oh, that's great. Maybe you want me to push him to the hospital in a wheelchair,
Oh,
huh?
stop being comical. You're knocking yourself out. Stanley boy.
Was he happy today?
Stanley. Now, that's funny. I ain't seen him around for the last 2 hours, come to think of it. Stanley, come to Mama. Where is he?
How should I know?
Archie, he ain't in the apartment.
Maybe he went out to see a movie.
Cut the comedy. If something happens to him, we're out $500 a week. Stanley, answer me. Stanley.
Hey, you mean he really ain't around?
Archie,
Huh?
the cat's gone. He's disappeared.
Well, that's Staffy. He never had it so good.
Archie, we gotta find him. Get your coat on. We're gonna search the neighborhood.
Stanley!
Maybe he's in this alley, Archie.
Well, it's got a dead end, and I don't see it.
Stanley! Archie, there he is.
Where?
Near the garbage can.
No, that ain't Stanley. He's all black. Stanley's got a white spot on his neck.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Stanley!
Fine thing to be doing, chasing a cat.
We'll chase him until we drop if we have to. We gotta find him, Archie. Don't you realize what it means? We lose the money if Stanley's gone. It says so in the will.
Stanley, come there, you little...
Oh, it's no use, Archie. Chasing up and down the streets this way ain't getting us nowhere. I'm going back to the house and call the police. Yes, officer. He's a black cat with a white spot on his neck, and he answers to the name of Stanley. Sure, there's a reward. Wait, $100. That's right. Yeah, I'll keep in touch. Oh, gee. Hello? Is this the fire department? This is Mrs. Archie Bird speaking. My cat's disappeared. You gotta help me find him. You got men on fire trucks all over the city. Tell them to be on the lookout for the... Hello? Hello? He hung up, Archie.
Oh, you think the fire department got nothing else to do but look for cats?
Archie, maybe that's one of the neighbors. Maybe someone found the cat.
Mrs. Bird?
Yeah?
You don't know me. We've never met. But I'm a distant relative of yours. A third cousin, I believe. My name is Adelaide Van Allen.
How do you do?
May I?
Oh, sure. This is my husband, Archie.
Oh, yes, the cab driver. I'll tell you why I've come, Mrs. Bird. Several weeks ago, you inherited Stanley, Aunt Emma's cat.
Well?
You also came into $500 a week, which is rather nice considering your circumstances.
What does this dame want anyway?
I merely wanted to see if everything was all right as far as Stanley was concerned. He was Aunt Emma's pet, and I feel it my duty to make certain he's happy.
Oh, he's very happy.
Tickle pink.
He grew a whole inch since he came here, and he gained 3 pounds.
Yeah, we treat him right, lady.
Some people say we even spoil him too much, but after all, he's an only cat.
May I see him?
Now?
Yes, of course.
He's busy now.
Busy?
Yeah. He's doing his homework.
Oh, Archie. He's such a kidder, Miss Van Allen.
Where is Stanley, may I ask?
Oh, he's around.
Would you mind calling him?
I can't do that. I mean, he's up on the roof somewhere, playing.
Playing on the roof?
Oh, he ain't in any danger.
I demand that you produce that cat at once, Mrs. Bird.
You demand?
There's something funny going on here, and I'd like to know just what it is.
Listen, Ritzy, where do you think you are? This is my house. And if there's any demanding going to be done, I'll do it.
I see. In other words, something's happened to Stanley.
Who? Who says so?
Then why can't you produce him? You know, of course, that if he comes into someone else's possession, you've lost your claim to any money coming from the will.
Look, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to clear out of here. Then I'm going to smear you all over the kitchen linoleum.
Don't you dare touch me.
1, 2, 3,
I see.
4.
You never get your fingers on another cent about Emma's estate.
There's one cat I wouldn't keep for all the dough on Wall Street.
She's going to make trouble, Fan.
Oh, how can she make trouble? We'll find Stanley long before that.
What's the matter? What you looking at?
The calendar on the wall.
Oh, what about it?
Today's the 30th, and tomorrow's the 1st of the month.
Oh. Ooh, that's when Mr. Whitby said he'd drop around for a look at Stanley.
We got to do something, Archie.
Yeah, but what?
I'll make a list. Every pet shop in town. We'll hire a car and check every street from Coney Island to Borough Hall. We're going to find Stanley if we got to turn Brooklyn upside down. Turn left on this street, Archie.
Oh, now listen, Fan, I'm pooped. We've been chasing that cat all night. It's nearly 9 o'clock in the morning.
We ain't even started yet.
What?
We got a lot of pet shops we ain't even covered.
How do you expect to find him in a pet shop, for the love of Mike?
Maybe somebody picked him up and sold him to one.
Yeah, maybe we're running around for no reason at all.
No reason at all.
Well, for all we know, Stanley's dead. He might have got hit by a beer truck or something.
Ooh, bite your tongue when you say that, Archie.
What?
Stanley's our meal ticket, you dumb slug. Besides, I like him. Got kind of fond of that poor little mouse during the last couple of weeks. You think we ought to check with the morgue, Archie?
Oh, they don't take cats in the morgue, even $1 million cats.
Archie, stop here.
Oh, now what?
There's a newspaper office. See the sign on the door on the left? It says classified advertisement.
Oh, you want to put an ad in for the mouser?
Oh, why not? Come on.
Yeah.
Yes, can I help you?
We want to place an ad.
Personals or classified?
Both. We're searching for a cat.
Yes, a cat.
Yeah, now here's the way the ad should run. Reward, black cat, white spot on throat, answers to name of Stan.
Lost yesterday, somewheres in Flatbush.
Yeah, and we want it in big letters.
Now, that's funny. There was a gentleman here yesterday who had a cat like that.
What?
He said he found it and he wanted to put an advertisement in the paper for the owner.
Maybe it was Stanley, Archie.
Yeah, did the cat have a sly-looking face like he was always ready to spit in your eye?
Oh, I didn't see the cat, but the description was the same.
You got his address?
Why, yes. Wait just a moment. I have it.
Archie, maybe we're in.
Yeah, sure sounds like Stanley, all right. Unless it's just a coincidence.
What coincidence? We lost him yesterday. This guy found him yesterday, didn't he?
Now, here's the name. Nicholas Papadopoulos. He owns a restaurant. He was very...
thanks, lady. Come on, Archie. We ain't got a minute to lose.
You want to speak with me?
Are you Mr. Papadopoulos?
That's right. Nick Papadopoulos is the name.
You had a cat yesterday. A black cat with a white spot on his neck.
Yeah, Mr. Papadopoulos. You were going to put an ad in the papers about him?
Oh, the cat. Sure, I'm having the cat. He's walking into my restaurant here like a customer last afternoon. Hey, that's some cats. If it wasn't that I got 2 cats of my own
Where
already.
is he, Mr. Papadopoulos? Get him for us, will you?
Yeah, there's a reward.
Reward? Oh. I'm thinking this cat is worth something at first, so I'm putting in the advertisement. She's too bad.
What's too bad?
This cat is gone.
Oh.
Gone?
A man, he see the advertisements. He's coming in last night. He says the cats ain't his, but he'll buy him anyway.
Where is he? Where does he live?
Just a minute. I got the address where it works here in my wallet.
Oh, quick. Let's have it, huh?
Yeah. Is that the address?
Yeah, this card.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Papadopoulos.
Don't mention.
Fanny.
What?
Look at his card.
What's it say?
Reginald Fletcher. Taxidermist. You know what a taxidermist is?
Archie. He's an animal stuffer.
Oh, get a load of this dump, will you? It's got everything in here from stuffed bears to chimpanzees.
You see Stanley around?
Can I help you, sir, madam?
We're looking for a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, a black cat with a white spot on his neck.
Oh, yes. Too bad.
Too bad? What?
You didn't stuff him.
I bought a cat that answered that description from a Mr. Puffer.
Yeah, we know all about it, but where is he?
Well, I'm coming to that, madam. As I was saying, I bought the cat for a client, someone who wanted a mounted animal of more or less that type. The cat was an excellent specimen, I must admit.
Then, Stanley is kaput.
Is that... I beg your pardon?
Did you taxi him?
What did you do with him?
Oh, unfortunately, my client changed his mind, and as I don't speculate with specimens, I had to give the animal away.
Who did you give it to?
Well, the cat pound, of course.
The cat pound?
Archie, maybe they'll guess him.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, drive like crazy, Archie. We've got to get to that cat pound quick. It's a matter of life and death. The man said we we should look in this cage, Archie.
Oh, this joint's a nut house. I've never seen so many cats in my life.
Brown cats, black cats, white cats. Can you see Stanley in there?
No.
You keep on looking. I'll go back and talk to the man and see what happened to Stanley.
Oh, what a thing for a grown man to do. Here, kitty. Kitty. Hey, Blackie, come over here. Here, now, you. Let me take a look. God, you nipped my finger, you cute little... Here, kitty. Stanley. You hear me? Come to Papa, Stanley. Come here.
Joe, Stanley ain't in there.
No?
The guy told me there was a dame in here just half an hour before we came. She was looking for a black cat with a white spot, too, and she found one inside the cage. She took it home with her.
Well, did you get a name?
No, but he gave me a description. It was Adelaide Van Allen, Archie, my snooty cousin.
Wait, then she's got Stanley.
Yeah, but she'll only keep him over my dead body. Where is he?
Keep out of my apartment.
Where is he, you henhead? Give me back my Stanley before I tear you apart like a busted clock.
Now, Fanny, take it easy.
Make one move into this apartment and I'll call the police. You'll get 6 months for housebreaking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's right, Fan. We can't bust into her place like
then
this.
Then tell her to give us back our mouths. She's got him. She can't deny it. Stanley's inside.
No.
See?
I won't deny it. And you can't deny that you've lost your claim to Stanley. You took miserable care of him. You permitted him to run away. And if it wasn't for me, they'd have gassed him.
Why, you empty-headed...
Fan. She's right. We lost him, and she's got him now.
I'll say I have. And in exactly 2 hours, Mr. Whitby will be here. When he hears how I saved Stanley from certain death and how I plan to take better care of him than you can, well, you can figure out the rest for yourself. Stanley's mine, Mrs. Bird, for good. Goodbye.
Well, what's that,
Yeah.
It's about $500.
Oh, it ain't only the money. It's Stanley, too. I'm gonna miss him.
Maybe I'd better call the office and get my hack back, huh?
We were gonna go to Florida this winter and give Stanley a sunburn.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's forget about it, Fan. Hey, listen, we wasn't always rich, huh? But we were happy, huh? Money ain't everything. Is it?
No. But right now I can't think of a good substitute.
Did you hear what I heard?
No.
Yeah, maybe I'm hearing things, Fan, but I swear I heard...
Archie, look.
Huh? Hey, it's Stanley. Baby, come to Papa, huh?
Where did he come from?
The kitchen. You see, the dumbwaiter door is open. That's where he was, Stan. He must have been locked inside the dumbwaiter all his time.
Oh, he's back, Archie. Stanley's back.
Quick, we gotta hurry. Grab him, Archie.
Huh?
We're gonna go right back to Adelaide's and show him to Mr. Whitby.
Oh, it's you.
It's us and Stanley.
You're out of your mind. That cat isn't Stanley. Mr. Whitby!
Yes, Miss Van Allen.
I just told Mr. Whitby the facts, and he agrees with me. You lost the cat, and I found him. And I can take better care of him than you.
But we didn't lose him, lady. He's right here.
That cat's a fake. I've got the real one inside.
He's off a trolley, Mr. Whitby. Take a good look at this mouse. You'd recognize Stanley when you saw him, wouldn't you?
Well, I admit it looks like Stanley, but you did lose him, didn't you?
She got hold of another cat to take his place. Maybe he looks like Stanley, Mr. Whitby, but you haven't seen my cat yet. Come with me. They may look alike, but you'll have to take it to court to prove that Stanley isn't with me. He's inside this closet in a brand new basket I bought lined with silk. Look.
Holy cats.
He looks like Stanley, but it's got 5 kittens.
Kittens?
My word.
Kittens. And they look like they've just been born.
Obviously, Stanley isn't the kind of cat who'd have kittens.
Yeah, so your cat must be an imposter.
Then everything's okay? We keep Stanley, Mr. Whitby?
Why, of course, Mrs.
Oh,
Bell.
Archie, we're in. Oh, I could hug that cat to death. Kiss him, Archie. Show Mr. Whitby how much you like him. Give him a kiss.
Hey, I think I'm getting a cold, Fan. And you wouldn't want him to catch it, would you? Huh? But I tell you what. I'll do the next best thing. I'll take Stanley down to the corner drugstore, and I'll treat him to a chocolate malted.
Archie.
And a saucer.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Cleve. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Ann Thomas, Edgar Staley, Helen Clare, Roger DeCoven, and Frank Milano. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Next week, a countrywide manhunt involves 3 cold-blooded killers and 2 lonely old women when we resume The Chase.
Tonight, it's Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Lillian. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. What I always say is that Wilbur Willett is nothing but a very lucky guy. Because what is it but luck when one morning I am helping him to his hotel. It is snowing, and it is a very pretty sight. But I am not able to pay too much attention to the beauties of nature, what with having to guide Wilbur. Wilbur, it seems, like always, has got himself to the point where the little animals will soon take over. In fact, as we are walking along, he is talking funny.
Are we near the summit, Broadway?
Huh? Summit? What summit, Wilbur?
We will be the only men to reach the top of Mount Everest.
We are walking on 46th Street.
Where are all the Tibetans?
They are all in bed. All good little Tibetans are in bed at this hour. Now you be a good little Tibetan, huh?
Do not call me names.
Oh, Wilbur, I am trying to get you to your hotel.
Oxygen. Break out the oxygen.
This way, Wilbur. We are just around the corner from where you live.
The only men to reach the summit of Mount Everest and live.
Sure. The newspapers will be full of it. Now, just a couple more steps, and you can stand on the summit and wave at the people down below.
What people? We're lost, Broadway. Lost in a trackless waste of snow and ice. Send up a flare.
I will send up a flock of rockets later.
You're a good guy, Broadway. A real good guy. Broadway.
What? What is the matter?
Get your gun ready.
I what? Wilbur, I never carry a Roscoe. I never...
Look, a leopard.
What, on 46th Street?
There it is, a black leopard about to spring.
Never mind. The elephants will get him.
I tell you, there's a leopard.
What? Oh, that is nothing but a little black kitten lost in the snow.
It's a leopard.
Okay, a leopard, and you should know. Now,
I am going to take it home with me. Think of having a real live leopard in my room.
Sure. Okay, Wilbur, it is your leopard. Pick him up and leave us go.
Broadway, I may start a zoo. This is only the beginning. Only the beginning.
And Wilbur is right. This is only the beginning. And what happens because of the little black kitten is something that everybody on the stem talks about. Like I say before, Wilbur is a very lucky guy. And why he is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Lillian.
Well, it comes up the next day, and I get to thinking about Wilbur and wondering how he is feeling. So I drop around to the Hotel de Brussels where he stays. I go to his room, and the scene is as follows.
Oh, sit down, Broadway. I'll get out of bed as soon as the room settles down.
You are a little shaky, huh?
A little. What time is it?
3 o'clock. Afternoon, that is.
Yeah. I did it again, huh?
Uh-huh.
Ah, great guy, me. Broadway! What is that?
What is what?
There are 2 green eyes looking at me from under the blanket. 2 green eyes and a pair of black ears.
Oh, sure. That is a leopard. Now, you see, you are out of bed, and real quick.
What the devil's that thing doing in my bed?
You put him there. Last night you pick it up. You say it is a leopard.
Oh, then it's alive and real.
Uh-huh. Here. There you are.
What was I doing with the kitten?
Last night it is a leopard. I do not argue with you.
I see. Cute little thing, huh?
Well, the way I look at it, black cats bring bad luck.
So what else could happen to me? Here, puss. Here, baby. Here. Ouch! Why, you little... Broadway, did you see that?
Maybe it has got leopard blood in it after all. That was a neat left that catches you with.
Spunky little devil, and black as ink and as sleek as...
As what, Wilbur?
Oh, reminds me of someone. Black hair, green eyes, and unpredictable.
So? Anybody I know?
No, you never knew, Lillian.
Oh, somebody you know.
Yeah, some years ago. Okay, from now on, your name is Lillian.
That is a very funny name for a cat.
It fits. Well, what can I do about feeding this animal?
What do cats eat?
Milk, I guess.
Have you got any?
Me?
No, I guess not, huh?
You suppose it'd like some of that?
What?
On the dresser.
Wilbur, I know very little or practically nothing about cats, but it seems to me that feeding Lillian that stuff will turn her into a leopard for sure. Look what it does to you. Last night you are climbing Mount Everest.
Oh, well, I hope Lillian doesn't mind if I have my breakfast.
There is a coffee shop downstairs.
Yeah, this will do.
Wilbur, why do you not lay off the stuff?
Why not? Ask Lillian.
I do not wish to hold conversation with a cat. There are citizens who might think I am peculiar.
I didn't mean this, Lillian.
Oh, the other one?
Yes, the other one. Someday I'll tell you about it, Broadway. In the meantime, here's to Lillian the cat. Both of them.
Well, this is the first inkling anybody has of why Wilbur Willard is such a bottle smasher. Now, he has got class. He is a singer in the hot box. Personally, I am not affected by his singing, but the dolls who come there practically fall on the floor when he does his stuff. However, that is not here or any place, because I am telling you about Lillian, the cat. Now, Lillian grows to be a very tough cat, and does not like dogs, and takes to putting that dislike into active service. Then it comes up one night at the hot box, Wilbur is finished singing, and I am in his dressing room when there is a knock at the door.
Get that for me, will you, Broadway?
Sure.
Broadway.
Well, Harry the horse. Come on in, Harry.
I wish to see Wilbur. Is he around?
Sure. Hi, Harry.
I am not so good, and it is your fault.
Mine?
Yes. You own a cat.
Lillian?
That is no name for a cat that grabs a Pekingese by the neck and drags it around.
Lillian does that?
Lillian does. And the Peak belongs to my doll, who puts the blast on me to catch up with Lillian.
My, Lillian is a very active cat.
Wilbur, that is a dangerous animal you are keeping. Sooner or later, it will give up carrying Peaks around and will take to carrying off citizens. That is not good.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Lillian ought to be put in the East River with a sinker on her.
Oh, I can't do that, Harry.
Listen, I do not wish my doll to put any more blast on me. She is very sore. Now, I am talking to you as one guy to another.
Sure, but I'm very fond of Lillian.
And I am very fond of my doll. And she is very fond of that peak. In fact, I am not so sure that I am number one.
Harry, sooner or later, Lillian will leave me.
Not the way you feed that cat, Wilbur. Lillian has got a soft touch and knows it.
Fickle, just like Lillian. Maybe a lot of you guys wonder why I hit the stuff the way I do. It's the only time I forget.
Lillian?
Lillian.
I am sorry, but things have got past me.
I'll tell you about it. Maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, sit down, Harry.
My doll is waiting for me to bring her back a cat scalp.
It won't take long. Have one with me?
All right.
Broadway?
No, thanks.
Maybe you never heard of Willard and Withington.
I hear of Willard, you. But who was Withington?
Lillian Withington. Oh. We had a good act. I sang, she danced. I guess we were about ready for the big time. I was in love with her. I had a funny idea she was in love with me, too. Until one night after we closed in Baltimore. We were booked for Buffalo, opening 2 nights from then. I went to Lillian's dressing room to see her. Lil? Oh, Lil, where are you?
Getting dressed.
Oh, ha-ha. Not bad tonight, huh?
All right, I guess.
Say, Lil, I've been thinking you ought to take another encore.
I'm quitting the act, Will.
Now, with another encore, you could... What?
I said I'm quitting the act.
You're kidding.
No.
What are you talking about, Lil?
Just what I said.
Well, what brought this on?
It's been coming on a long time.
Why?
I don't like the stage.
Oh, you're just nervous, Lil.
I'm not. You can get another partner.
Now, look, Lil, I still think you're kidding. And if you are, I don't like the gag.
Not a gag. You're a good guy, Will, but I want more than a good guy with a pleasant voice.
We'll be in big time in another couple of months.
I'm not going to wait.
Well, now, wait. You threw this at me all of a sudden. I'm still not sure what you're talking about.
I'll put it on the line. I'm going to get married.
Married? You?
That's impossible.
Well, what's the idea? You don't even give me a hint, and all of a sudden...
Why go through a long routine? Say it, get it over with.
Sure. Say it and get it over with. Just like that.
Don't get dramatic. You're a singer, not an actor.
Why, I pulled you out of a cheap chorus line and gave you a break.
I know that. I appreciate it.
Like a shot in the head, you do. If it hadn't been for me, you'd be still hoofing in the back row. You'd still be grabbing midnight slow trains for the next burg and grabbing hamburgers and elbow joints.
Okay, so you give me a break now. I'll give myself one.
And what about me?
You'll get along. Get another partner.
I'm not talking about the act. I'm talking about me.
What about you?
I love you.
Don't say it, Will.
Why not? Lil, look at me.
No.
Maybe you love me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, then...
Look, you give up the act, you get another job.
I've been in this all my life.
I hate it.
I don't.
Well, that's the difference.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I hit you hard tonight because I wanted to make you say that. You look, you get in some other business, I'll stick with you.
This is my business.
Not mine. I just don't like it, Will.
Maybe you think you're worth all the years I spent getting ready for something big. Now, just because you don't like the stage, I got to play puppy dog and tag at your heels.
You said you loved me.
Sure.
Well, then think of me.
That's all I ever did.
Quit then, Will.
No.
Well, it's either me or this.
Maybe we wouldn't get along, Lil. Maybe we wouldn't.
Well, we can't.
No,
It'll just...
forget it. Have a good time and don't stay up too late. So long, Lil. So, that's the way it was. She went away someplace. I never saw her again.
My, that is a sad story.
Uh-huh. Now, you mark my words. The cat will do the same thing. This Lillian will do just what the other one did. I gave her everything. Picked her up, didn't I, Broadway?
You do, out of the snow.
But sooner or later, Lillian will walk out on me.
I see what you mean, Wilbur. Dolls are all alike.
Only Lillian is not a doll cat.
Makes no difference. Lillian is like Lillian.
All right, Wilbur, I will leave you keep the cat. Personally, I only wish she would drag my doll's peak far away the next time.
You're a good guy, Harry.
I feel very sorry for you.
You are a wonderful person. You are a shining light in the darkness of this mad dog age. Isn't he, Broadway?
Well, he is pretty well lighted now.
Harry, let us go and find Lillian.
Let us. I love all cats.
I love you.
It is mutual. Leave us go.
My. Now I have 2 Tibetans to take home. So Lillian stays with Wilbur. And pretty soon everybody on the stem knows the story. Now what happens later because of Lillian and how things turn out for Wilbur makes quite a story. And I will tell you about it in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Lillian.
Like I say, Wilbur Willard keeps Lillian, and Lillian develops a peculiar personality. It seems that whenever Wilbur is a Tibetan, Lillian is all right. But when Wilbur is himself, the cat is very fretful and will have nothing to do with anybody, except to let fly with a claw now and then, thereby mutilating citizens and causing Wilbur some trouble. But Wilbur keeps Lillian until one night when I get him to his hotel.
Lillian! Lil! Broadway, where is my beautiful leopard?
How do I know?
Lillian!
Do you leave her here?
Always. She promised to wait. She promised.
Yeah, I can imagine. Raises her paw and swears to it, huh?
My wonderful, beautiful leopard is gone. Oh, God.
She will come back.
I told you. She left me just like...
My goodness, Wilbur, you are a big boy.
You don't know what Lillian meant to me.
Look, maybe she goes out to bring in a few peaks and the like. Maybe she goes hunting. After all, she only clears this part of town of dogs.
A searching party. We'll organize a searching party, and if necessary, cable Scotland Yard.
Okay, Wilbur, I will send the cable. Now, you rest, because if we are going to climb more mountains, you will need your strength. Where are you going?
Somewhere in this wilderness my leopard needs.
Look, Wilbur.
Wait a minute. Look.
What is it?
Lillian.
Huh? Where?
Come here.
Well. A little doll.
She's got a Lillian.
That is a cute little kid.
She stole Lillian. Hey, you. Hey, kid.
Yes, sir?
Wait a minute. Come on, Broadway.
Sure.
Hey, woman. Where are you going with my leopard?
This is no leopard. It's a pussycat.
I will not argue with a woman.
Now, wait a second, Wilbur. Where do you get the kitty, honey?
Our door was open and the kitty came in.
Sicko. She has a perfectly good home, and she tries to get in other people's rooms.
I like this kitty. She's real soft.
Look, Wilbur, Lillian is rubbing her face against the doll's chin.
Yes, I see.
Where is your room, little girl?
My name's Margie.
Yeah, Margie. Where is your room?
Right there. We moved in today, Daddy and I.
Well, maybe we better take you back in, Margie. Your daddy might be worried.
He's sleeping.
Haven't you got a mother?
Yes, but my daddy took me away.
Ah. Well, but this kid does not look like the type that is used to living in places like this.
I used to live in a big house far away, but I like this kitty.
It is my leopard.
Have you got another one?
No. So you like the kitty, huh?
Yes.
Come on, honey. Better go back to your room. This one is it, you say?
Yes, sir. My daddy's sleeping. The door's unlocked.
Uh-huh.
Please don't wake my daddy.
Broadway.
Yeah?
Come here.
Out like a light.
Yeah. Reminds me of somebody I know.
I was lonesome. I was glad when the kitty came in.
Sure, Margie.
Well, what do we do, Broadway?
What can we do?
Margie,
Yes, sir?
would you like to keep the kitty for a while?
Yes. May I?
Sure. But you better stay in your room until your daddy wakes up. Come on, Broadway.
Yeah. So long, Margie. We will see you again.
Do I look like that, Broadway?
No, not quite.
That poor little kid.
Yeah. But you are going to let her keep Lillian?
I told you Lillian's fickle. She'll leave the kid just like she left me.
So that is the way it goes. Wilbur goes right on the way he always does, and Lillian divides her time between Wilbur and Margie. It is one night after the show at the Hot Box. Like always, Wilbur is more than somewhat mulled up. I am helping him get out of a shirt that he puts on backwards when there's a knock at the door.
Ah, the men have come to knight me. Let them in, Broadway.
Sure. Come on in.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Oh, I'm glad to see you here, Wilbur. I'm glad to see you, Sir Lancelot. I bring somebody with me?
Pay no attention. Wilbur is not himself.
Oh, well, like I say, I am glad to see you here, Wilbur, because if you are home, it is bad.
What do you say, Knave?
Yeah, just call me Harry.
Harry, what are you talking about?
Well, not more than 5 minutes ago, I passed the Hotel de Brussels. My summer residence, which I use in winter also, in spring and fall.
Harry, everybody passes the Hotel de Brussels on the way here. What is odd about that?
Well, it is odd tonight because the place is on fire.
What?
Burning like a celluloid column. My, let's go see it. I'm a little firefly, and I need a light.
Holy mackerel.
They think everybody is out, and Big Sam gives odds of 5 to 1 that the place does not last more than half an hour. Leave us go, men.
Yeah, leave us go. So the three of us head for the Hotel de Brussels. And when we get there, the whole place is blazing. And all the fire engines in New York are there trying to keep the rest of the buildings around from catching. They give up hope for the hotel. Then Wilbur looks at it and says,
It's just like a fairy palace all lighted up, isn't it, Broadway?
Oh, sure. It is also hot.
They are not even trying to save it. You know, I'll bet Lillian would like to see this. I think I'll get her. Yes, I think I'll get her. She must be in that...
Hey, you dope, come back here.
Where is he going?
Hey, somebody stop that guy. Somebody stop him.
Look, he pushes right...
Wilbur! Wilbur, stop! Come back here.
Broadway, he gets through. They are so surprised they let him go.
Well, that is the last we will ever see of Wilbur, will it?
It is the last we will ever see of him the way we see him last.
Did they get everyone out? Did they?
Huh? I do not know, lady. They think so.
To get through.
Oh, no, not you, too.
Please, let me go. Let me go.
My goodness, does everyone in New York wish to get broiled?
Baby, my baby, my baby.
Hey, there comes Wilbur.
What? He gets out?
What has he got?
Lillian.
He saves the car. I'm going to report the services to the management. The elevators aren't running.
Is everyone out?
What? Madam, I am not in the habit of peering into rooms.
Do you see anybody else, Wilbur?
No, I was too busy getting Lillian. There you are, Lillian. Now you can see the pretty fairy palace all lighted up. Lillian does not seem to like it. Lillian, be good. There she goes. Lillian. Well, she left me again. Well, there's nothing to do but bring her back.
And what happens but Lillian dashes back into the hotel with Wilbur chasing her. It all happens so fast that the firemen and police cannot move. And the last we see of Wilbur, he is going into the hotel after Lillian. This time he has gone longer. And this time it does not look like he has got a chance, because the front of the building gives in and blocks the door. We know that this is the last we see of him until...
Look, Broadway, look on the roof.
Wilbur!
He is singing.
He is crazy.
The only way he can get down is by jumping into a net.
Somebody should catch him in a net a long time ago.
Come on, let us go closer. This I have to see.
Let us through, please. Let us through. That guy up there is a friend of ours.
Yes, a brother. Let us through.
Wilbur! Jump! You have to jump in the net.
I am the only man to jump off the top of Mount Everest.
Wilbur! Jump! Please! Jump! It is your only chance.
He is getting ready.
Wilbur, you are all right?
Of course. But tell these men they wouldn't have caught me if I hadn't let them. I am a butterfly and very hard to overtake. What do you have there? Lillian. And the kid.
Margie, baby.
Wilbur, the kid is in there, too?
Sure. Lillian went right to her.
But her father?
Dead.
Mommy.
Oh, my baby. I won't forget this. I won't forget this.
Think nothing of
Oh,
it.
come on, dear. You come
Wilbur,
with
this is a great
Mommy,
thing you do. You are a hero.
Hero? Well, all I did was look for a blanket to wrap Lillian in. I picked up a blanket, and there was the kid.
Nevertheless, you are a hero. And so is Lillian for leading you to the kid.
Is that so? Well, think of it. Now maybe they will knight her, too.
So that is the way it turns out. Wilbur is a hero, but Lillian is even more so because nobody ever hears of a cat that rushes back into a burning building to save anybody. Lillian's picture and Wilbur's are all in the papers, and Margie's mother turns out to be quite full of the old tar and gives Wilbur a hunk of it. However, that is not the payoff. And what is, I will tell you in a minute. Well, after Wilbur and Lillian get to be heroes, they drop out of sight. In fact, I do not see Wilbur until maybe 4 or 5 months later. Then I hear a knock on my door one night, and when I open it, who is it but...
Hello, Broadway.
Wilbur! My, how are you?
Oh, great.
Say, you are looking wonderful. Sit down.
Thanks.
Where do you go?
Well, I set myself up in business, Broadway, with the money I got.
Cannot get over how wonderful you look.
Yes. I'm on the wagon for good. The night of the fire, when I saw Margie's father there trapped because he couldn't move, I see.
So you are doing real well, huh?
Fine.
And what about Lillian?
Which one?
Lillian the cat.
Oh, I'll tell you about her. But first, I found the other Lillian.
You do?
Yes. She never did get married until she married me. So now everything's okay.
Well, congratulations. And now what about Lillian the cat? You know, everybody still talks about what a hero she is, rushing back into that burning building to get to Margie.
I don't have Lillian anymore, Broadway.
No? What becomes of her?
Well, remember all that talk about Lillian being a hero?
Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of malarkey. Remember how she used to have funny spells like I did?
Sure. One day okay, the next off her rocker.
Well, I used to put a little of my breakfast in her milk. She got to like it.
You mean Lillian is a drinker?
A heavy one. I discovered it by accident. Well, the night of the fire, I picked her up the first time outside Margie's door. The second time, I picked her up in the room because the door was ajar. She went back to lap up what Margie's father spilled out of a bottle.
Well. And everybody thinks she is a hero.
And all she did was go back for a drink.
So where is she now?
I gave her to Harry the horse. Harry keeps her pretty well mulled up because when she's in that condition, she leads Harry's dolls Pekingese. A dog's life.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Lillian. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
The Reynolds Aluminum Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The Reynolds Metals Company, makers of Reynolds Aluminum, presents Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. As the old saying goes, if you think it's been hot, what are you going to do when summer comes? Well, what you should do is very clear. Put Reynolds aluminum reflective insulation in your attic and keep your home up to 15 degrees cooler. It's simple. You can do the job yourself this weekend. And it's very inexpensive. Costs only about $40 for the attic of an average 6-room house. Reynolds reflective insulation is aluminum foil, handsomely embossed, bonded to strong craft paper. It's clean, pleasant to handle, no awkward bulk, and very easy to staple in place. Under your rafters or between the joists of your attic floor, this insulation literally turns off the heat, reflects it away from your house. And next winter, it will work in reverse, keeping heat in, cutting your fuel bills. Ask your dealer for Reynolds aluminum reflective insulation. Do it now before the real hot months. For more information, write to Insulation, Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky. The telephone in a certain Wistful Vista home has rung 5 times this morning. That makes 6. Each time, the lady of the house has answered it and said,
No, there must be some mistake. We didn't lose the cat. No, I'm sorry.
It's quite a mystery, for there never has been a cat in the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
I wish I knew what the heck goes on here. We haven't owned a cat since we lived here in this house.
Well, not a live one anyhow.
Huh?
I'm not too sure about my silver fox coat, though.
Oh. You just got a suspicious nature. That silver fox coat ain't cat, it's fox.
Well, then why does Toops' dog always growl at it? You know, he tried to run me up a telephone pole last winter.
He's probably just got a little foxhound blood in his background. Or in him somewhere. But that's not solving this cockeyed phone call, so I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, dear, there it goes again. Ignore it. We'll just let it ring.
Oh, we can't do that, Molly.
Why not?
Why? Might be somebody telling us our oil stock has gone up.
We haven't got any oil stock.
We haven't got a cat either, but people keep calling. I don't see what... I'll get it. Hello. No, we haven't lost a cat. And don't call back.
Another one, huh? Yeah. You know, this is the strangest thing.
My gosh, I'm the last guy in town that people ought to call about lost cats. I haven't had the heart to own a cat since the tragic thing that happened to poor old Nathaniel, which I owned when I was a kid back in Peoria.
I didn't know you had a cat named Nathaniel.
I never told you about my pet cat, Nat, chasing the rat past my old Aunt Pat back in Peoria.
You never did, dearie.
Well, you lean back, Tootsie, and I will. You see, old Nat was a real tough cat who could give any tomcat tit for tat, but most of all, Nat hated rats.
Sounds like a normal animal.
One day, my Aunt Pat, who was plenty fat, put on her hat to go for a chat with a friend of hers named Trudy Platt. She stepped out our door on the welcome mat, and across the porch came old cat Nat chasing the rat and going like a bat.
Fast, huh?
Supersonic, kiddo. Well, sir, when my fat Aunt Pat saw Nat and the rat, she hollered scat and swung at the rat with her Sunday hat. She missed the rat, slipped on the mat, and dropped her hat, and down she sat on my pet cat Nat and squashed him flat. And we buried him under a gooseberry bush.
Say, McGee, was that Aunt Pat on your mother's side or your father's side?
Because... No, kiddo. She was neutral. But don't worry about it on account.
Oh, dear, I'll get this one. Hello? No, we have not lost a cat.
No.
What's that? Where? Oh, well, thank you very much. Must be a mistake. Sorry. Hand me the paper there, dearie, the Gazette.
Huh?
That lady on the phone claims there's an ad in the... Let me see here now. Lost and found. Oh, here it is. Listen to this. Lost. Fine Persian cat named Tinkerbell, wearing blue ribbon and bell around neck. $50 reward. Please call Wistful Vista 1092 immediately.
1092? Holy smoke, that's our phone number.
Right.
Them ink-stained idiots at the Gazette have done this to us. Give me that phone. By George, I'll hand them guys a few well-chosen remarks that'll melt the slugs in their linotypes.
No, dearie, I'll handle this. You get too excited. Hello, operator. Get me the office of the Wistful Vista Gazette, you Mert? Oh, she's off today, is she?
I told you should have let me call.
Hello, Gazette. This is Mrs. McGee at Wistful Vista 1092. You ran an ad with our phone number that says we lost a cat, and people keep... What's that? Oh? Oh, I see. Very well. Goodbye.
What'd they say?
Well, they've already found the mistake, dearie.
Yeah.
The phone number was supposed to be 1902 instead of 1092, you see. And they're going to correct it in the afternoon edition. That's at 5 o'clock.
Oh, fine. 5 o'clock. Doggone it, you're too polite with them guys, Molly. I got a notion to go down there and take this thing right straight to the printer's devil.
Why the printer's devil?
Because when I tell that guy where to go, I want him to feel at home. Them stupid old running will be...
Come in. Oh, it's the old time.
Hello there, kids. I hear you lost a cat.
Where'd you hear that?
Saw the lost and found, Johnny. Had your phone number onto it.
Well, it was our phone number, all right.
That's what I thought, daughter, so I rushed right over here to get the details. Where'd you lose the cat? Where'd you lose it, huh? Where'd you lose it?
We didn't lose it. The newspaper made a mistake, that's all.
Oh, you still got it, eh? Well, where is it? Here, kitty.
No.
Here, kitty.
No, Mr. Oldtimer. We don't have a cat.
We didn't lose a cat. We never did have a cat. We don't want a cat. Is that clear?
Well, that's too bad, son. Cats is a very fine animal. Smart, too. I'll never forget what happened at our house one night when I was a kid, kids. Our little cat prevented a murder.
My goodness, a murder.
I had a cold that week, you see, and I was sleeping all alone in my room.
Yeah?
Just me and my little old cat.
Uh-huh.
About midnight, the door opened softly, and a shadowy figure crept slowly into the room.
Yeah, my gosh.
Tiptoed quietly toward my bed, leaned over my sleeping figure, and his two bony hands reached for my neck.
Ooh.
Heavenly days, how awful.
While I snored peacefully on like a truckload of rock going through a crusher, he slipped a strong cord around my neck and was tying a knot into it when suddenly he stepped on the cat.
Wow, woke you up, huh?
Yep. The cat squall leapt into his back and dug his claws in. There was a cussing and a screaming and a screeching. I leapt up and turned on the light, and there on the floor, threshing around like a stepped-on snake and bleeding freely through his clawed-up nightshirt, was Papa.
Your father? What was he doing in the room?
Trying to tie a bag of acidity onto my neck to cure my cold, daughter. Couldn't do it when I was awake. I was too strong for it.
Yeah, but the murder, you said there was...
Cat took a look at Papa, jumped out of the window, and run up a 60-foot cottonwood tree. And that's how my little cat prevented a murder.
A murder? Whose murder?
His own. If Papa could have caught him, he'd have killed him.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Somebody Stole My Gal.
minutes since the phone rang. I'll get it. Hello. No, we didn't lose the cat. The paper made a mistake. Call 1902. Goodbye.
Kiddo, this is incrediculous. The whole dad rat of town must have knocked off work, hitched up its pants, and gone out hunting for cats named Tinkerbell.
Well, it's the $50 reward that's got them excited. You know, $50 isn't...
Oh, well.
Come in.
Hello. I brought your widow Tinkerbell back home.
Oh, no. How'd you get our address?
From the telephone company.
Huh?
This widow kitty doesn't have a blue whipping, but I'm sure he's widow Tinkerbell.
Lady, I'm sorry.
I know how you must have missed him because I have a widow kitty of my own. My precious Icky Boo.
I'll bet he's the ickiest boo that ever lived. Now, look, sis.
I really shouldn't take the $50, but I can use it to buy my Icky Boo some goodies.
Lady, the newspaper made a mistake. We didn't lose the cat.
No.
Oh, this isn't your precious kitty.
No.
But his'ums is such a tweetums. Wouldn't you like to have 'em?
No, we don't want 'em. And close the door-ums on your way out-ums.
Gracious, what a dreadful man.
Wow.
Weren't you a whittle what?
Huh?
I mean, weren't you a little rough with her, McGee?
Rough my good-tempered clavicle. Dames that talk baby talk ought to be whammed over the head with a hard wubber waddle. Cats on the phone is bad enough, but when they start dragging them into the house, where are you going?
Well, I hate to seem like a deserter, dearie, but I've got to go upstairs and sort the laundry.
Oh.
Can you protect our home from the cat collector?
Oh, sure, kiddo. You run along.
Call me now if you need me.
Okay. Huh. Well, there goes a good kid. She'd keep calm if she was standing in cats up to her garters. Anytime things get too rough around here, what does she do? She sorts the laundry. Wish I had some laundry to...
Hi, pal.
Oh, hi, Junior. Hold still and let me frisk you.
Frisk me? For what?
For cats.
Cats? What's this all about?
Oh, the Gazette run an ad for a lost cat and stuck our phone number on it. I've been getting more cat calls than an opera singer in a burlesque house.
Well, that's bad, pal.
They're not only phoning us, but they're starting bringing the cats here now. Maybe I ought to keep the door locked and peep out through the curtains to see who's coming after this.
You know, that's what a friend of mine used to do, pal.
He did?
Yeah, he owed a lot of money on his furniture, and he was trying to duck the bill collector.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a great indoor sport. Keeps you indoors, too.
See, anytime he heard footsteps outside, he'd lock his door and look out through the Venetian blind to see who it was.
Oh, through the blind.
Yeah, I had the slats tilted at just the right height for him to see the head of anybody who came to the door.
Oh, I see. Did he try shoving a BB gun through the blinds? That's a good way to discourage play.
No, he just looked.
Oh?
And a funny thing happened one day, though.
Mm-hmm.
He heard footsteps, so he lifted the Venetian blind to peep out. He could lift it very easily, of course, because the blinds were made of aluminum. Reynolds aluminum. They're light and flexible and easy to operate.
Yeah, but what that got to do with the collector?
Well, he lifted one of the slats of this beautiful green blind, and... Oh, did I mention before that it was green?
No, you didn't tell me that. It changes everything. Green, huh?
Yeah. These Venetian blinds come in natural aluminum and all kinds of colors to blend with your decorating scheme. They really dress up a home. Give it that finishing touch.
It's that long-winded yarn of yours that needs a finishing touch, Junior. Come on, what happened with your friend? What happened?
Oh. Well, he lifted a slat at eye level.
Mm-hmm.
You see, those aluminum slats are flexible. That's what makes them easy to clean.
Yeah.
Well, he just opened it a tiny bit because it was a hot day and the room was cool, thanks to the way aluminum reflects heat.
Oh, come on, Junior. Who'd he see?
Nobody, pal, nobody. So he figured he'd imagined the footsteps, so he unlocked his door, it opened, and a collector handed him a bill for his furniture.
But you said he didn't see anybody's head through the Venetian blind, you said.
He didn't, and he'll never forgive the furniture company for sending a midget bill collector. So long, pal.
I bet you that never happened. Bet you just made that up so he could blat his aluminum brains out about them blinds. That guy would go then. Now, here we go again. Hello? No, our cat didn't get lost. You get lost. This keeps up, I'll go out and sit on the back fence where there ain't so many cats. How many more times? Hello? We ain't lost... Oh, that was the door. Come in.
Here's your cat, mister. Good old Tinkerbell.
Now, that ain't my cat.
I have the $50 in nickels. I want to sound rich.
That ain't my cat.
Of course it's not your cat. I've got your cat right here.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
That ain't Tinkerbell, you big cheater. It ain't got a blue ribbon.
Don't call me a cheater, you little scamp.
Mine's got a blue ribbon. I put it on myself.
Now...
You hear that, Jack?
Now, wait a minute.
Hear that, Jack? The kid admits he put the ribbon on that phony Tinkerbell. Now, this is Tinkerbell.
No.
Now, where's my money?
Don't listen to him, mister. My Tinkerbell's better than his Tinkerbell. Mine's got a whole tail.
Now, pipe down, both of you. Neither of them cats is my cat. I never had...
They're not your cat. This is Tinkerbell.
Lady, please, I never had...
saw them come in ahead of me, and I said to myself, that awful little boy and that terrible man are going to try to palm off those broken-down cats from the poor people who lost Tinkerbell, and I'm glad I found the real Tinkerbell, because heaven knows I can use the $50, what with my husband depriving us of bread and butter so he can buy a new fishing rod, and my oldest daughter needing her teeth fixed, which didn't come in straight when she was a little girl. She'll never get married if something isn't done about those
lady.
teeth.
Lady, will you hold it? There's been a mistake.
You bet there's been a mistake. This is Tinkerbell.
This is Tinkerbell.
This is Tinkerbell.
This is murder. I'm trying to tell you that
Why old Tinkerbell like the one she dragged
Now,
in?
wait a minute.
My Tinkerbell can lick hers to a frazzle. Sick 'em, Tinkerbell!
Yeah. Hey, cut that out. Don't start them cats fighting.
Oh, dear, I can't hold
Oh, my
it.
gosh, there he goes.
After him, Tinkerbell! Get him, boys!
Hey, hang on to yours, Bud. Don't let them...
Hang on and get clawed to pieces, not me.
My gosh, there he goes.
Jason, Tinkerbell, go get him!
Hey, break it up. Grab those cats before this... Oh, there goes one of them up the curtain.
Mine's on top of the mantel.
Well, get him off of there. Get him down. Get a step ladder.
McGee, turn off that radio.
The King's Men and Hasta la Vista.
In Mexico, they say good day when they mean hello. Buenos dias. And when they say goodbye, they do not mean goodbye. I'll be seeing you, I'll be seeing you. You will hear them cry. Hasta la vista, hasta la vista. That means I'll see you again, and so until then we must part. Hasta la vista is not goodbye, for till the stars disappear, you'll always be here in my heart. So do not say adios, for we'll be together mañana. And I'll be holding you close forever and ever, mañana, mañana, mañana. Hasta la vista, that means I'll see you. We'll meet again in my dreams, so hasta la vista, sweetheart. Never say goodbye, say hasta la vista. That means I'll see you. We'll meet again in my dreams. So hasta la vista, sweetheart.
Set the ashtray over here. That's it.
What a mess.
There. The room looks all right now, though.
I'm telling you, Molly, it was like a tornado went through here.
I know. I just caught the tail end of it as I came down the stairs. I haven't seen such a collection of cats since that New Year's Eve night that Uncle Dennis drove the milk wagon through the front of the fish market.
Yeah, I remember that. I heard the crash and run over there from the Elks Club, and Uncle Dennis was sitting on the floor with a frozen barracuda in his lap.
Yes, well, now, don't
I asked him if he needed any help, and he said, "No, I'm okay, but take care of my friend." He's stiff. Boy, he was the...
That's enough. That's enough. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
Yeah, I'm too tired to laugh anyhow. Now, let me sit down there.
Yes, relax a little. Things should simmer down now, dearie. The late paper went on sale a couple of hours ago, and by now people should have the right phone number for their little Tinkerbell.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I'm ready to fold up like a campaign promise. If I never see another cat, I'll be...
Oh, dear. Who's this?
I don't know, but wait till I get my ball back. Don't let him in.
No, McGee, now. Sit still. I'll handle it. Come in. Oh, well, thank goodness it's you, Ole. Come in.
Well, hello, missus, and the same to you, McGee.
Oh. Hi, Ole. Excuse me if I don't get up, boy. I'm beat.
We've had quite a day, Ole.
Oh, I hear all about it at the Elks Club, missus. I know what you've been through.
Oh, we live, but...
Believe me, I know what a lost pet means to people. Now, like I always says, when you lose a pet, it leaves a hole in your life.
Yeah, them pets that were in here a while ago left a few holes in the furniture and curtains and stuff, too.
Well, when I hear about you losing little Tinkerbell, McGee, I get a wonderful idea. You know what I'm going to do? To fill up the hole in your life, I'm going to give you our own little clobber.
Want to give me what?
I got him tied up on the front porch here.
Oh.
I bring him in. Here, Clobber, come on. Come on in.
Oh, no, Ole. We...
Holy smoke, look at that thing.
There he is. We call him Clobber because he clobbers every dog in the neighborhood. In self-defense, of course.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very sweet cat, really.
He keeps it well hidden, doesn't he?
Hang on to that chain, Ole. Don't turn him loose in here. Yeah.
He's just a little nervous with strangers.
He's nervous. I'm scared.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that the cat that Mort Toots told me about? The one your kids trapped last week at the city dump?
Yes, I believe the children did find a sweet little homeless feller's home there.
Sweet? Little? Why, that monster looks like a cross between a bobcat and a timber wolf. Oh, no, you don't, Olaf. I heard about that cat from the mailman he bit, too.
Oh, that was just a little misunderstanding, McGee. You see, Clobber, he thought the mailman was my Uncle Gus. He forgot Uncle Gus was laid up in bed.
Was Uncle Gus sick?
No, just cat bit, missus.
Well, this must be the cat your wife told me about, Ole. The one that chased her into the coal bin with her arms full of laundry and kept her there till you turned the hose on him?
My missus talks too much. Well, you don't want him then?
No.
Would you consider taking him if he come with a dowry, McGee? Maybe $10, say?
I wouldn't have that monster if he was solid gold. No, sir. It was a good try, Ole, but no dice.
Now, this is very discouraging. 17 houses I try already. I'm getting desperate, missus. For 3 days now, I get a phone call from her every afternoon.
A phone call from who?
My missus. She says when I get rid of Clobber, she comes back home. So long, both you fellas.
Get that thing.
I'm tired. You want a glass of milk before we go up to bed, dear?
No. Don't mention milk to me, kiddo, please. I've had all the cat talk I can stand. I've been hearing cats meowing so long, I still hear them in my head. I was upstairs putting on my pajamas a while ago, and I could have swore...
Well, come on now, let's go up to bed.
Okay.
Check the back door, will you? I locked the front.
Yeah. I'll hook the porch screen.
I hope whoever put the ad in for little Tinkerbell has her back safely now. Maybe this whole thing will turn out to be a bad dream.
Yeah. Believe me, if a cat ever shows its whiskers around here again, I'm going...
You're going to what?
Listen. I thought I heard something.
Oh, Sounds like a little kitten at the screen door. Let me turn on the outside light.
Ooh.
Oh, McGee, look, a little kitten trying to get in the back door.
Oh, this is the end.
McGee, it's a Persian. It's wearing a blue ribbon.
I don't care if it's an Egyptian wearing a diamond tiara. I'm going to get out of here. Get out of here. Cat!
McGee, it's the lost cat.
Huh?
Hear the bell?
Oh, my gosh. Tinkerbell. $50 reward, and I scattered it out of the yard. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, $50. Come back here, Tinkerbell.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Vacation time is starting. Wonderful weeks away from work. Take it easy. And to help make your life easier, put Reynolds Wrap to work. This pure aluminum foil makes summer meals a breeze, indoors and outdoors. For a vacation from scouring, line your broiler with Reynolds Wrap. For better outdoor hamburgers, frankfurters, potatoes, wrap them in Reynolds Wrap and drop them in the coals. And for picnics, why, the modern picnic hamper is just an array of bright Reynolds Wrap packages, keeping everything fresh, even if you've prepared it all the night before. Take some extra Reynolds Wrap along to wrap those wet bathing suits. If you're going fishing, take some along to keep your catch cool and fresh. Stock up for summer. Heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap, best for outdoor use, half a yard wide. Regular Reynolds Wrap in standard 25-foot rolls and jumbo economy rolls, 75 feet. It's the original and genuine, made by the world's largest producer of aluminum foil, the Reynolds Metals Company.
And you chased the cat all the way home and he ran under his own house before you could catch him.
Yeah. I didn't know it was his own house, so I started under there after him. Only I got stuck.
Oh, dear. Too many mashed potatoes.
Yeah. The owner of the house heard the noise and come running out, and, well, it was very embarrassing, Molly.
Well, of course, you explained to him what you were doing.
Explain? Did you ever try to explain anything to a guy with your head and shoulders under his house and the rest of you sticking out in the moonlight? Well, he stood there with a barrel stave, flailing the bajunior out of... No, I guess you haven't.
No, I'm a homebody myself.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
The Reynolds Metals Company, pioneers of progress through aluminum, has brought you Fibber, McGee, and Molly, transcribed, with Bill Thompson, Dick LeGrand, Mary Jane Croft, Jan Arvan, Marion Richmond, and me, Harlow Wilcox. Don't forget to see Mr. Peepers, starring Wally Cox, on NBC television Sunday nights. And be sure to be with us again next Tuesday evening. Good night.
Stay tuned now for the coronation highlights following immediately on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests tonight, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason, yours truly, Toby Reed, Harry Rubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, Gracie is just giving George a bit of thrilling news.
George, I just found out the most exciting thing. Guess who moved from England and lives right here in Beverly Hills?
Who?
James Mason.
No.
Yes, and his wife. Or, as they say in England, his old fruit.
Remember Mason in the Seventh Veil? Wasn't he great?
Oh, wonderful. And just think, now he's our neighbor. We're almost close enough to hear his wife scream.
Well, why should his wife scream?
Well, it must hurt when he beats her with that cane.
Gracie, he only did that in the movie. In real life, James Mason is probably very kind and gentle.
Don't you dare say such mean things about him.
Mean things?
Kind and gentle. That's a fine way to talk about that magnificent monster.
I'm sorry I insulted him.
What a man. He's Humphrey Bogart with a broad A.
Sure.
You know, some girls dream of getting a husband who'll cover them with diamonds and mink. I'd rather have James Mason and be covered with Band-Aid.
You would?
Sure. Women love to be dominated. But in all the years we've been married, you've never struck me once. You're very selfish, George.
Yes, I'm a mess.
Well, please try to act rough and rugged when the Masons get here. I'm going to invite them over for a visit.
Gracie, you can't do that. They're reserved English people, and they won't accept an invitation from a stranger.
Oh, my goodness, I feel like I know Mr. Mason. I've been using his jaws for years.
That's a different Mason who makes Mason jars.
But my father belongs to his lodge.
That's the Masonic Lodge, and it has nothing to do with James Mason. And while you're at it, you can also forget the Mason and Dixon line.
That I knew.
Well, good.
I've never seen Dixon, but Mason doesn't need a line.
Wow, yeah.
With those piercing black eyes and that cane, all he has to do is give you a look and a clap.
Gracie, for the last time, Mason is not that type of man. He's very soft-spoken and gentle. As a matter of fact, his hobby is raising cats.
You mean pussycats?
No, sandcats, Balaban's partner. He owns the Chicago Theater. Remember? We had trouble with our laundry? Yes. Now, forget about inviting the Masons over. We have absolutely nothing in common with them.
No?
No. They're British and we're Americans. They're in the movies, we're in radio. Their hobby is raising cats. Ours is raising a hooper. I hope.
So, their hobby is raising cats.
Sure, they've written a book. The Cats in Our Lives.
I see. Well, goodbye, dear.
Where are you going?
Out.
Just a minute. Just a minute, young lady. If you don't tell me where you're going, you're not leaving this house.
Oh, George, how thrilling. You ordered me not to leave the house. If you keep it up, you'll be just like James Mason.
Yeah, I'll go get my cane.
Yeah. So, dear, practice while I'm gone. Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye.
George has no imagination. So we need something in common with the Masons. But we'll have it.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Burns? I'm Mr. Mason, and this is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
I just stopped by to ask you if you've seen anything of a stray cat.
No. Did you lose one?
Yes, my husband has a rare and valuable collection, and one of them disappeared.
Really? It so happens that Mrs. Mason has quite a collection of cats.
You don't say.
Yes. In our family, my wife is a fancier.
Oh, I don't know. You're pretty cute yourself.
I meant she's an expert on cats.
Oh, you mean like my husband?
Yes.
How many do you have, Mrs. Burns? Oh, only one. That's all the husbands they allow in this country.
I believe she was asking about cats, not husbands.
Well, we have 15 when I left the house. Of course, there may be more when I get back. Yeah, our mother cat is very popular.
Is she expecting a litter?
No, her boyfriends can't write. They just call to her from the back fence.
Mrs. Burns, when a cat has a litter, she gives birth to kittens.
I don't doubt it. Oh, a shock like that.
Would you care to try, Pam?
Thank you, James. Mrs. Burns, what kind of cats do you have? The kind with 4 legs and fur. Yes, of course. But, do you have any Persians or Siamese? No, we don't keep people, just cats. She's yours again, James.
Thank you. Mrs. Burns, what is your method of raising cats?
Well, we put both hands under their tummy and lift. Righto. Do your cats have pedigrees? Oh, no, we keep them very clean. James.
Quiet. Have your cats ever been in a show?
Oh, yes, they love Mickey Mouse. They like your pictures too, Mr. Mason.
Pam?
What do you feed your cats? Cheese. Cheese? Well, yes, they're too aristocratic to go looking for mice. And this way, the mice smell their breath and come looking for them. James.
No, thank you, dear. I've had enough.
Mrs. Burns, we'd like very much to have a chat with your husband. Oh, wonderful. Here's our address. Come right over.
Thank you. Now we can see for ourselves this wonderful collection of cats.
Oh, yes, the cats. Well, you better wait for about an hour or so. I don't think they're home right now.
I suppose your husband has taken them out for an airing.
Oh, I love that English accent. He doesn't take them out for an airing. They eat airing and halibut at home. We'll be expecting you.
Well, having told the Masons that her husband has a collection of cats, Gracie now has to produce them. So she has slipped a sardine into George's coat pocket and has talked him into walking through an alley with her.
Gracie, I don't get it. Why walk through an alley? We've got sidewalks.
Oh, but this is so quiet and romantic.
Only you could think an alley is romantic.
Rita Hayworth thinks so, too.
That's a different kind of an alley. And another thing. Oh, go away, Kitty. Go away. Go away. And another thing. I keep smelling fish.
Oh, well, that's just the wind blowing in from the Pacific Ocean.
It's blowing the opposite direction.
Oh? Oh, well, then it's the wind from the Atlantic Ocean.
That's the other side of New York. We're in Los Angeles.
I know. Think how it must smell in Kansas City.
And an Altoona, too. Another cat following me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Those dolly little kitties like you.
Kitties? These are Skid Row tomcats. Coming at me from all directions. Shoot. Step.
Oh, be careful here. You know, I think that black one could throw you.
Let's head for home, but fast. He's broken.
There's someone at the front door, George. Will you answer it?
I can't get up. There are 10 cats on my lap. They're swarming all over me.
Oh, all right. I'll go to the door. Oh, how do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? Mason, come right in.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns.
We're so anxious to meet your husband. Oh, you'll love him, Mrs. Mason. He's the same type as your husband. Beats me all the time.
What?
Your husband beats you? Oh, he's so British. Well, step right this way. He's frolicking with his cat.
Yes, I see him in the chair. He looks very distinguished with that long black mustache.
Oh, no, one of the cats has his tail in his face again. But that's my husband and his famous collection of rare cats.
Really? A bit moth-eaten, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the cats love him anyway. Oh, well, come on and meet George. Darling, look who's here, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason.
What?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
How do you do? By Jove, Mr. Burns, I've never seen cats so devoted to a man.
Yes, look, James. They're trying to stick their heads into his coat pocket. Well, they're so shy in front of strangers.
Shoo, get off of me. Get off.
There seems to be a curious mixture of breeds. Pam, what would you say that grey one is?
Well, it could be part Maltese, but it's difficult to tell. It's shedding its fur. Well, yes, it's part Maltese and part striptease. Well, Mr. Mason, how do you like the collection? The real cats, aren't they?
I'm trying to decide. Mr. Burns, your wife told us about your cat collection, but we never expected anything like this. You must have tamed these creatures with a chair and a whip.
Wait a minute. My wife told you I collected cats? Gracie, I want to speak to you in the next room.
Yes, dear. Excuse me, please.
Certainly.
Come on. Oh, stop. Stop hanging on to me. Get away. Get away.
Well, Pam, isn't that the oddest collection of cats you ever saw?
Yes, but they fit in nicely with the people.
Ah. Mrs. Burns is a bit eccentric, isn't she?
Quite.
Of course, you can't blame her. That cologne he uses would drive anyone nuts.
Yes. It must be called Evening on a Live Bait Boat.
Strange people, these Americans.
I Can't Give You Anything But Love, one of our really top American tunes. Why, back in 1928, when it was first introduced, folks bought more than 1 million copies. What's the secret of a hit tune? Well, it's not one, but many things. Melody, rhythm, harmony, and they must all be expertly combined. Now listen a moment. Here's another great song from 1928. It's still a top favorite today. But can you name it when you hear just this mellow harmony? Listen now when we add this lovely counter melody for richness. Well, you still need the vigorous rhythm. And now listen to this grand song as you've always enjoyed it, the final arrangement complete with the full-bodied melody. I'll Get By. Truly a great song, isn't it? Yes, and like all the wonderful music we hear and enjoy year after year, it's made up of not one, but many fine orchestral parts, all skillfully blended in a final, full, rich arrangement. And friends, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the famous brand of coffee that most Americans drink and enjoy. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. Its flavor, rich, satisfying, good to the last drop flavor that has made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. And to create this superb flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from the highlands of Latin America. First, they select premium grades of Manizales coffees for mellowness. To these coffees, fine medallions are added for richness. Next, other choice coffees are added to the Maxwell House blend for vigor. And and then Bucaramangas coffees contribute their fine, full bodies. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
It's a winning combination, friends. That's superb flavor plus wonderful value. For today, you can enjoy superb Maxwell House for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest priced coffee sold.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, George still doesn't know that Gracie slipped a sardine into his coat pocket so that his popularity with cats would impress the James Masons.
Shoo. Get off of me. You back-fence baritone.
No, George, please. The Masons are right in the next room.
Can't understand why these cats keep trying to stick their heads into my coat pocket. The world could be in there that, I see. What is this you put in my pocket?
Just a cigar, dear.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've looked at a lot of cigars. But this is the first one that looked back at me. There, look at him.
Oh, how cute. A cigar with a mouth. It can blow out its own smoke.
Gracie, this is a sardine.
Really? Well, here, I'll light it for you.
You expect me to smoke this?
Well, why not? My brother Willie works in the cannery. He smokes fish all day.
So that's why these cats followed me. You stuck this fish in my pocket.
Well, darling, I wanted to make a good impression on James Mason and his wife. They're crazy about cats.
Well, fine. They can have these as a present. Come on. Excuses for being so long, folks.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, my husband has decided to give you his rare collection of cats. What? It's a gesture to welcome you to this country.
We should have stood in England.
That black one might be useful, James. You could hang your hat on its hip bone.
Yeah. Say, wait a minute. Look at that magnificent white person under the chair.
Oh, he's a splendid fellow. I didn't see him before.
Hasn't he been hiding from the others?
Mrs. Mason, if you like him, he's yours.
Oh, Mr. Burns, do you mean it?
Certainly.
Oh, I could just kiss you. Oh, you better not kiss my husband. If you do, I'll kiss your husband. I didn't really mean it, Mrs. Burns. No, come on, please kiss him.
I think you meant that.
I think we'd better be running along.
Yes, thank you again for this wonderful cat. Oh, tell her home, Mrs. Mason, or as you English say, goodbye.
I'll carry the cat outside for you.
Grandma, I have an idea. Let's call the cat George in honor of our favorite American entertainer.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Why not? That George Jessel is a very clever chap.
Oh, yes, Jessel, one of Edward's boys, yes.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Goodbye.
Hey, George, what are you three talking about out there?
Nothing, dear.
You know, Mrs. Mason certainly has a crush on you. I'm surprised she didn't take you home.
Oh, stop.
Oh, she started flirting with you the minute she walked into this house. I saw her give you the double wink.
The double wink?
Well, sure. She took one look at you and closed both.
Yes, she adores me. Hey, George, I just dropped by to tell you that you're in big trouble. One of the neighbors says you stole his white Persian tomcat. Holy smoke. Followed me home, and I gave it to James Mason. Well, then you better get it back. That's a valuable animal. That's the second most famous tomcat in town. Second? I'm the first. Gosh, Bill, I'm ashamed to ask for that cat back. You do it for me. Okay. Gee, I never thought the day would come when I'd say I wanted George Burns' puss. Come on, I'll drive you over there. I've just got to get that.
How are you getting on with the new cat?
Oh, famously, darling. I've bathed him and brushed him, and he's simply beautiful. Aren't you, George? No. He already responds to his new name.
Strange that Burns should have one thoroughbred among all those mongrels. You know, I'll wager it was Mrs. Burns who collected all those battered old veterans.
Why should she do that?
Well, having acquired Mr. Burns, she wanted a matched set.
Would you answer the door, darling? I want to go out in the garden and have a romp with George.
Very well, dear.
Come along, boy.
Hiya, Jimmy. How's the boy?
I beg your pardon, have we met?
Well, no, but surely you recognize me. I do picture work.
I'm sorry, we have none to be frank.
No, I act in pictures. I'm the darling of the American scene. Haven't you seen these dimples, these blonde curls?
Don't tell me you're Mary Pickford.
I'm Bill Goodwin. But enough about me. Mr. Burns sent me over to ask you if you'd return that white Persian cat.
But that was a gift to Mrs. Mason, and she's become extremely fond of it.
Well, I'm sure she'll listen to reason. You British are such fine, generous people. You've always been so gracious and understanding. That's the basis of the wonderful relationship between our two countries. That traditional British love of fair play and good sportsmanship.
By Jove, I like the way you talk, Mr. Goodwin.
And every word comes straight from my heart.
Let's continue this discussion over a cup of tea.
Fine. Well, as I was saying, you really... Ooh. Tea! How dare you insult me like that? I drink nothing but Maxwell House coffee. Offering me tea. Can't you British take a hint? We dumped that stuff overboard 200 years ago. What are you trying to do? Start another revolution?
Sorry.
You'll never talk this country out of Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite brand. A blend of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. And you want us to drink tea? You skinny Charles Lawton.
Calm down, Mr. Goodwin. I'm well aware of the merits of Maxwell House coffee. I think it's quite delicious and refreshing.
It's too late to butter up to me now. I'm going out among people who know that Maxwell House coffee is rich and mellow, good to the last drop. Goodbye. Bill, where's the cat? What did Mason say? Oh, George, I'm too mad to talk about it. I'm going over to the golf course and cool off. Okay. I'll talk to you over there. I'll meet you on the first tee. Gee! Take that! Oh. Goodbye, you traitor. I wonder why he slugged me. I'm his boss. I give him a salary. Why, every week I pay him... Maybe I better give him a raise.
Meanwhile, Gracie has learned that her husband was last seen at the Masons. Convinced that Mrs. Mason is trying to steal him, Gracie hurries over to get him back.
I get it, Pam. It may be that mad coffee merchant again. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Burns. Come in.
I've come to get George. Oh, please don't. I've grown so fond of him.
Must you take him away?
Yes, I must.
Mrs. Burns, I appeal to you.
You certainly do, but I've come to get George.
Please let my wife keep him, Mrs. Burns.
You wouldn't object?
Not at all. If it makes Pam happy, I'll even let him sleep on the foot of our bed.
You English are broad-minded. I'm sure James will be glad to pay you for him. You want to buy him?
Yes, I'll give you $50. Why do you hesitate, Mrs. Burns? Is he worth more?
No, the price is right, but I love him. I don't blame you. He is adorable. He has such a shiny coat. Well, if you think that's shiny, wait till you see his pants. What a cute way to describe his little fuzzy legs. You've seen those? Certainly. When I gave him his bath. You gave him a bath? Yes. Well, if he lets you do that, I've lost him. He's yours, Mrs. Mason. Oh, thank you. Oh, but be kind to him. Remember, he's getting old. You'd never know it. He acts quite frisky around me. Well, it's your first day together. He was frisky on our first day, too.
Any particular diet we should give him?
Oh, no. Just to help him to the table and put a napkin around his neck so he won't spill food on himself. You think of him almost as a man, don't you? Well, yes, and you must, too, no matter how people laugh.
Any other instructions?
Well, he's used to having a clean nightshirt every week.
He sleeps in a nightshirt?
Always. Well, it's a sweet idea, but aren't they rather bunchy around the tail? Not if you get them full. And, yes, always have plenty of cigars for him.
George smokes cigars?
A dozen a day.
He'd be a sensation in Vaudeville.
No, you're wrong. He tried it. Well, I'll be going. Tell him goodbye for me. Wouldn't you like to see him before you go? After his bath, he looks so cute and fluffy.
No, I'm going home. Just tell him he can stop by anytime and pick up his golf clubs and toothbrush. Goodbye.
Did she say golf clubs and toothbrush?
Yes. Pam, we've really got ourselves a cat.
Oh, Gracie, I'm home.
Well, decided to come crawling home to me. Fluffy?
Fluffy?
My, aren't we nice and clean after our bath?
Fluffy?
I suppose you had a perfectly delightful afternoon. Enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, I did.
You did, eh? Well, I'm leaving.
Why is she mad at me? I'm her husband. Her partner. Every week I divide our salary. I give her... Maybe I'd better start splitting it even.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for the Al Jolson Show, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Well, there are few closer friendships than the one between our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Margaret Davis. They share each other's joys and sorrows, problems and secrets.
And one cat named Minerva. Last Thursday, this black beauty of the feline world was anticipating a blessed event. Hence, since 6:30 in the morning, we had been at the vet's, where an over-anxious Mrs. Davis had insisted on bringing Minerva. By we, I mean Mrs. Davis and me, and our neighbor's cat, Timothy.
2 hours. We've been waiting almost 2 hours. What's taking Dr. Anderson so long?
Please, Mrs. Davis, try to calm down. Even Timothy isn't as jumpy as you are. You're as nervous as a cat.
Meow. What is he doing here?
Well, why shouldn't he be here? He's Minerva's husband. Very nice of him to take such an interest. Now, Dr. Anderson said he'd ring in here when he was ready, so why not sit down and take it easy? How about reading something?
Well, all right. Hand me a magazine, Connie.
Which one do you want?
It doesn't make much difference. The one you're chewing on will be fine.
I guess I'm just a wee bit nervous myself. Now, sit down, Mrs. Davis.
Very well. At least these chairs are nice and soft. Now, where did Timothy go?
You're sitting on him. Boy, that cat can sleep through anything.
This is no time for kidding, Connie. What's taking so long? Do you think everything's all right?
Oh, of course, Mrs. Davis. A normal litter is 5 kittens. And Dr. Anderson said Minerva might have even more.
Meow!
I'm just quoting the doctor, Timothy.
I hope nothing happens to Minerva. That kitty means a lot to me.
She means a lot to both of us.
Meow!
Correction. She means a lot to the 3 of us.
What a wonderful companion she's always been, especially when I was alone. Night after night, she used to sit at my feet with her ball of yarn, and I'd read aloud to her by the hour.
I guess you must have distracted her. In all that time, she never knitted one sweater.
Remember the cute little things she used to do in the morning? How she used to jump up on the dining room table when I brought your cereal?
I certainly do remember. That cat could lap the milk from under my cracklies before they stopped firing.
I can't help feeling something's wrong. Oh, Minerva, dear Minerva, don't leave me.
Oh, look, Mrs. Davis. Not only is Minerva not going to leave you, but in a few minutes she'll present you with so many little Minervas you won't know what to do with them.
That will be a problem, won't it?
Yes.
We can't possibly keep all of them here in our place.
Not unless we marry the milkman.
I know a lady in my sewing circle who'd take 2 of them. She's crazy about kittens.
Which lady is that?
Mrs. Katz. But you'll have to help me dispose of the rest, Connie. Perhaps somebody at Madison would help us out. Maybe Mr. Boynton would want a pet.
If he did, I wouldn't be single now.
Well, we'll cross that bridge. The signal. Dr. Anderson's finished. I'll be right back, Connie. Wait for me.
Well, only a few minutes more, Timothy, and you'll know how large a family you've got. I hope for the children's sake they look like Minerva.
Meow!
Well, anyway, the girls. But perhaps I'm jumping the gun. Until we get Mrs. Davis's report, there's no sense in conjecturing.
Connie, guess what? I'm a father. At least Timothy is.
You hear that, Tim? You're a father.
Meow! Of 8 cuddly kittens. Meow!
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis. Thanks for the lift. Well, good morning, Walter.
Greetings, elegant educator. And how is Madison's most sparkling and effervescent personality today?
She stopped fizzing an hour ago.
I noticed Mrs. Davis dropped you off. How come you didn't avail yourself of the Denton delivery service today?
It was sort of an emergency, Walter. I had to visit the veterinarian with Mrs. Davis.
Really? Oh, I hope you didn't find anything wrong with her. Don't you get it? You said you were going to a vet's with Mrs. Davis, and I said...
I know what you said, Walter. And I'm willing to forget it if you are. Actually, Mrs. Davis became a grandmother today.
A grandmother? No fooling. What did he weigh?
About 1/4 pound each. That's 2 pounds altogether. 8 times 1/4 pound.
You're not reaching me, Miss Brooks.
It was Minerva, Walter. It's like this. Minerva
Oh, what's the use? You're old enough to have heard about the birds and bees, aren't you?
Don't tell me Minerva gave birth to 8 bees.
No, but the kittens she had aren't much bigger. Which brings us, by way of Passaic, to the subject at hand. What are Mrs. Davis and I going to do with 8 kittens?
Well, you should have thought of that before you... What am I saying? Now, please, Miss Brooks, if there's any way in which I can be of help...
There is, Walter. You're fond of pets, aren't you?
Oh, sure I am.
Then it's settled. You can take 2 of the kittens home.
Yeah, well, I'd like nothing better, but how do you think they get along with Wolf?
Wolf?
Yeah, my father's police dog. He's awfully vicious. Only listens to my father. He's what they call a one-man dog.
That's enough of a meal for any dog. Don't you keep him muzzled?
Well, my parents tried that, but he chewed through 4 of them. Muzzled, not parents. And then, too, we've got to consider Wolf's pal.
Who's his pal, a mongoose?
No, but almost as bad. My dad thought it would calm him down if he had a companion, so he brought home a pretty bloodthirsty bulldog the other night. Now, all in all, I don't think our house is the spot for a kitten.
It doesn't sound like any Shangri-La.
Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you try Mr. Boynton?
I'd love to. I mean, that's my next stop. I hope you don't mind my dropping in on you before class, Mr. Boynton.
Not at all, Miss Brooks. It's nice to have you visit my lab occasionally. You'll have to excuse me for a moment while I finish feeding these rabbits.
Go right ahead.
I bet you've never seen anyone fed with an eyedropper before.
Not since the last time you treated for lunch. No, I never have, Mr. Boynton.
Now, open your mouth. Wider. Come on, wider still.
Why not go?
Please, Miss Brooks, they won't eat when you're clowning like that. It'll just take another minute.
Well, if I'm disturbing you, Mr. Boynton...
No, you're not disturbing me at all, Miss Brooks. That's one thing about you. When you're in the lab with me, I can always concentrate perfectly on whatever else I'm doing.
That's what I get for buying a perfume called...
There. Now, I'm finished. Now, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, to begin at the beginning, Mr. Boynton, I went to the vet's this morning with Mrs. Davis.
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with her. I guess I can get off a good one myself once in a while, eh, Miss Brooks?
You got off that one too soon. It hasn't hatched yet. We went to the vet because of Mrs. Davis's cat, Minerva.
What happened to her?
What happened to her also happens to a dog. She had 8 puppies. Kittens.
Good grief, what are you going to do with 8 kittens?
Now, that's what I call a leading question, Mr. Boynton. Since you're so fond of pets, it gives me great pleasure to offer you any 2 of the kittens you want.
Why, I'd love to take a couple of them, Miss Brooks.
Good, then it's settled. As soon as they can leave their mother...
You didn't let me finish. I'd love to take them, but I can't.
Why not? Have you got a bloodthirsty bulldog, too?
No, but there's my pet frog, McDougal. He's allergic to cats.
Well, I'm allergic to McDougal. You stay out of this, Mac.
Besides, a kitten requires more attention than a frog. I'm hardly ever in my apartment, Miss Brooks, and, well, as much as I'd like to help you out, it just simmers down to the simple question, what can a bachelor do?
Ooh, have I got an answer for that one? Well, try as I might, I couldn't find a home for any of Minerva's kittens. And by lunchtime, I had almost exhausted my list of prospects. That is, all except one, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin. Mindful of the adage, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar, I decided to visit his web. I went to his office at noon, bearing a large slab of his favorite dessert, banana cream pie. When Mr. Conklin saw me in his doorway, his reaction was one of pure delight.
Please, Miss Brooks, whatever you were going to do with that pie, don't do it.
But, Mr. Conklin,
I know you've been under a strain lately, but I've just had this suit cleaned. And it's such a gooey pie.
But, sir, I was just going to let you have it.
That's what I was afraid of.
Here, I'll just set it down on your desk near the chair. There. See, I didn't get any on you at all.
I'm not out of the woods yet. It'll probably jump into my lap after you leave. Now, what, may I ask, is the reason behind this sacrificial offering?
It's merely a slight expression of my esteem for a good and kind principle.
If it's all the same to you, I feel safer when I'm crabby, mean old Marblehead. Now, what do you want, Miss Brooks?
Want? Well, surely I can make a nice gesture toward you without wanting something, can't I?
Well, I suppose so.
That's better. Now, here's what I want. You see, sir, Mrs. Davis and I had to go to the vet's this morning.
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with you.
Well, at least it's a switch.
I hope he didn't find anything wrong with you. Do you get it?
I've had it. Look, Mr. Conklin, we went to the vet's because our cat Minerva had a litter this morning.
Oh, congratulations. Was it a preponderance of boys or girls?
Oh, we don't know yet, but they're 8 of the cutest kittens you ever saw. Minerva's so proud.
Indeed. Remind me to drop her a card on Mother's Day. Now, tell me, Miss Brooks, what in heaven's name are you going to do with 8 kittens?
That's just the question I needed here. Mr. Conklin, we can't possibly keep all those kittens, so I thought you and Mrs. Conklin might take a couple off our hands.
You thought what? For your information, Miss Brooks, my home is not now, nor will it ever be, a depot for stray felines. I am definitely anti-cat.
But, Mr. Conklin...
And even if I were, you have chosen the worst possible time to bring up the subject of household pets. Only last month, I got rid of a gigantic police dog.
A police dog?
My wife had taken a fancy to the brute. Why, for weeks she spent every evening with him in our living room.
Where did you spend yours?
On top of the piano. What a vicious beast he was. Even his name made me nervous. Wolf.
Wolf? But I know a wolf.
Keep your private affairs to yourself. The only reason I permitted the animal to enter my house was because of my wife. Someone told her the previous owner had been mean to the creature, and that's all she needed. My wife falls for every sob story she hears about animals.
She must be awfully tender-headed, hearted.
She is indeed. In the last few years, we've had a steady procession of parrots, canaries, goldfish, monkeys, and dogs. Why, we even harbored a small deer at one time.
A deer? How did she happen to take that?
Someone told her he'd sprained his ankle falling out of a tree. But to get back to the latest monster, I got rid of Wolf by presenting him to the father of one of my pet peeves, Walter Denton.
Yes, I know.
Sometimes I can picture them both in the backyard together, and I conjure up a rather delightful vision. A vision wherein one of them slips his leash and they clash. But enough of the animal world. You'll have to work out some other
Excuse me, Daddy, but it's important.
Oh, what is it, Harriet?
The school custodian wants to see you right away. One of the furnace pipes is leaking.
Harriet, don't get so close to the desk.
But he says it's urgent, Daddy, and...
Watch out for that pie.
Oh, there's no damage, sir. Luckily, it fell on this old rag on the chair.
That old rag happens to be my top coat. I knew you'd get me sooner or later.
But it wasn't Miss Brooks' fault, Daddy. She just...
Quiet, collaborator. Now, come on. Lead me to the trouble spot. You stay here and take any incoming phone calls, Miss Brooks.
But, sir, what about my lunch?
You'll find a delicious piece of banana pie on the second button of that coat. I do everything in this school with my own two hands. It doesn't get done at all.
I have to do everything in this school with my own two hands. It doesn't get...
What a sour ball. Really? Oh, well, we can't all be... Hello? Sourball's office?
Is that you, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis?
That's right, dear. I haven't been able to find a home for any of the kittens yet.
Me either, Mrs. Davis, but I think I've got an idea.
Good. Oh, before you tell me what it is, Connie, the funniest thing happened when I spoke to the chairwoman of the Ladies' Aid about our dilemma.
What was it?
Well, first I said, I went to the vet's this morning with Connie Brooks, and then she said,
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with her. Well, now we've completed the cycle. But, Mrs. Davis, through Mr. Conklin, I think I've picked up a clue that may solve our problem. That is, if Walter and Harriet and Mr. Boynton cooperate. Now, here's the scheme. You bring Minerva and the kittens down to the side entrance of Madison right after school.
Mr. Conklin isn't back from school yet, Miss Brooks, but you can wait for him right here in his study.
Thanks, Mrs. Conklin. I'll just put this basket down. There. It's pretty heavy.
It looks like a laundry basket with a pillow slip over it.
That's what it is, a laundry basket with a pillow slip over it.
I see. Going to drop it off on your way home?
I wish I could. No, I'm afraid it's not as simple as that.
I don't understand. What's in the basket?
In the basket? Oh, nothing much. Nothing worth meowing about. I say nothing worth meowing about.
Meow.
Let me see that basket. Why, there's a cat in here. And a kitten. And another kitten. And another kitten.
Keep going. I'll wait.
Whose cat is this, Miss Brooks?
She belongs to someone who lives very close to us, Mrs. Conklin, but I'd rather not burden you with the whole heartbreaking and pathetic story.
What story?
No, Mrs. Conklin, you've got enough troubles of your own.
Oh, please, Miss Brooks. What troubles have I got? There's just Mr. Conklin to look after.
See what I mean? No, I wouldn't want you to know that the neighbor to whom these little creatures belong used to beat their mother every day.
He used to beat her?
Not only that, but he made her work for him. Every night when he cleaned out his furnace, he tied a cart to her and made her haul the ashes outside. That cat worked like a dog, Mrs. Conklin.
How terrible. But how did she manage to have these kittens? They look like they were just born.
It was her first day off in a month. That's why I picked them up out of the driveway where he left them.
Oh, how could anyone be so cruel?
He practices a lot. I asked Mrs. Davis if we might keep them, but our place is so small, it's out of the question.
But what are you going to do with them?
Return them to our neighbor, I guess. At least they'll be fed while they're getting beaten.
Oh, I'd give anything if I could keep them here.
It's a deal.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Conklin wouldn't stand for it. Not after the experience he went through with our police dog, Wolf. Honestly, sometimes I think Mr. Conklin was jealous of him.
Wolf probably barked louder.
There was only some way I could keep them.
Oh, forget it, Mrs. Conklin. Why should you concern yourself over the horrible fate that's inevitable for these tiny little innocent kittens who've never harmed anyone? I'll just take them and return them.
Wait, I will keep them. I'll just have to refrain from telling Osgood about it until he's in a really gay mood.
They'll be old cats by then.
Now, let's see if they're comfortable. Oh, they look a little cramped in that basket. I'll just put this pillow slip on the desk and rest some of them on that. Come on, Kitty. Now you two.
Meow.
Now, don't you worry, Mama. I won't hurt your babies. I'll just put 2 more on the desk, and we'll all be more comfy, won't we?
I feel better already.
Martha, I'm home.
Oh,
no. Quick, put the big cat in the basket behind the couch. Be with you in a minute, dear.
What about those kittens on the desk?
I'll put them in these drawers. They're nice and roomy, thank goodness. There, now, everything's out of sight. Keep your fingers crossed.
As soon as they stop shaking.
Well, yes, I've had quite a trying day at school.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conklin.
And I can see it hasn't ended. What are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I invited her over to have tea with us, Osgood. I thought that would be nice.
Tea? Where is the tea?
It's in us. We couldn't wait.
No, we felt a bit weak. We've all had a rather hard day, dear.
Well, I'll go along with that. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I've got some things to do at my desk before dinner.
Things to do?
At your desk?
Before dinner?
You must be weak. It takes two of you to hold up one sentence.
But, Osgood, it isn't good for you to get to work as soon as you come home. You've been under a most grueling pressure for the past 8 hours.
Yes, indeed, sir. You have no idea how much that sitting around all day takes out of you. I mean, sitting around and making decisions is no cinch.
Why don't you go into the living room and sprawl out on the couch and take a nice nap?
For about 10 hours. You know what the doctors say. There's nothing like a cat nap to make... Why don't I just shut up?
That's the best suggestion you've made in months. Now, please pardon me, but I've got to jot down some notes. Let's see, my pencils must be in this drawer here. Oh, dear, it's always so cluttered up. Better take this blotter out first. Then I'll remove these two furry black paperweights. Now this carbon paper can go. Oh, just as I thought. Here are my pencils right... Furry black paperweights! Martha, what are these two kittens doing in the top drawer of my desk?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Albert, calm down. I can explain. Now, you might as well open the next drawer.
The next drawer? There are two more kittens in here. Gad, the place is infested with them.
That's the way it goes, Mr. Conklin. Some desks have termites. Yours has kittens.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin soon put 2 and 2 together. Then I took the 4 of them and put them back in the basket with their mother. Even though I had told her a rather large fib, Mrs. Conklin was quick to forgive.
After all, Osgood, Miss Brooks is only guilty of wanting to find a home for these 8 helpless kittens.
Granted. And I'll be more than happy to suspend her sentence if she will immediately collect her mewling Mausers and march.
Well, I guess there's nothing else I can do. Of course, Mrs. Conklin, I was hoping someone could keep them at least until they're old enough to be torn from their mother's sides.
Oh, I'd love to. Osgood, don't you think
Not another word, Martha. In the month that mastodon wolf was under this roof, my nervous system had all the pet it could stand.
Mother, Daddy, I'm home, and guess what?
What?
That's what.
Oh, Gad! He's back!
Yes, Daddy. Wolf broke out of the Denton's backyard, and he's on our front porch this very minute.
Well, what's he doing there?
Well, when I left him, he'd just eaten up half the welcome mat.
Oh, the poor dear.
I hope it doesn't dull his fangs.
He just won't stay at the Dentons, Daddy. I think he wants to come back and live with us.
I couldn't stand it. Not for another minute. You've got to get rid of him. Somebody's got to take him away.
Mr. Conklin, I'll make you a proposition. If you'll let Mrs. Conklin keep the kittens here, I'll take Wolf home with me.
What's that? If we keep the kittens, you'll remove that dinosaur from the premises?
Yes, sir. What do you say?
Here, kitty, nice kitty.
Then it's agreed. Goodbye, Mrs. Conklin, and thanks for everything.
Good night, Miss Brooks, and thank you.
Wolf! Where are you, Wolf?
Right over here, Miss Brooks. Did I do a good job of barking?
Oh, just perfect, Mr. Boynton. You were very convincing.
Then they're going to keep the kitten.
They certainly are. And now the least I can do is keep my end of the bargain.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Come on, Wolf. We're going home.